Melanin is one of the most biologically powerful substances in the human body. Order the Great Book of Melanin. Research today and explore the science that has too often been reduced, simplified, or overlooked. Learn how melanin absorbs radiation, protects DNA from cellular damage, and influences neurological function. Mechanisms documented across multiple scientific disciplines, but rarely explained together in one place. The Great Book of Melanin Research brings these findings into a single, accessible record, connecting biology, chemistry, and human health with clarity and precision. For decades, this information existed across journals, laboratories, and institutions, yet most people were never taught it. Not in school, not in health education, and not in the conversations that shape public understanding. Instead, melanin was reduced to pigment, assigned a color, and set aside because context changes conversations. Order the Great Book of Melanin Research and see the research compiled, explained, and placed back into plain sight.
What up, people, on this Saturn's Day? What it do? What it be like, people? What crackalating? What's happening, folks? How has your week been? Hope y'all been godding off all week. Doing your godly God thing all week. I hope y'all been getting it in. Yo, let me know if the mic is coming in. I need to know if the mic is working. Let me know. Put a one or a yes, yep, in the chat if the mic is working. I see people in here. Atlanta. I see Atlanta ATL. I see you ATL. What's poppin' ATL? Atlanta family. Let me call them people. Hey, look, my eyes is bad again. Goddamn it! Ain't gonna go through this every damn week. But let me see if I can call out. Travis Bailey, what's cracking? Lisa Jenkins Bay, what's happening? Mr. What is that? Aunt Maya? Mr. Aunt Maya? I think I got it. From Atlanta. What's popping, brother? What up, bro? L Wise. What up, Jesus? Oops. Oh, I just ran up. Oh, where'd I go? I just ran up. Oh, there it goes. What is that? Arcanum Current. you guys in these names, yo. What's up? What's popping? Arcanum Currency. There we go. All right. I got you. He said it's Arcanum Currency. I got you, bro. What up? Some chick named Star. What's cracking? Summer Breeze. What up? No what? No Fear King. I thought that says no twerking. I was like, what? No Fear King. What up, Chris Tiger Ellis? Queen Sade. What up, Jason Rivers? What's cracking? True Knowledge. Ms. What is that? Ms. She? Is that it? Did I get it? Ms. She? Is that it? Ms. She? What up, Denisha? What is that? Denisha Shaka? Dancia? Wait, what is that? Dancia Shaka? I think I got it. Dancia. Is that how you say Dancia? Dancia Shaka? What's cracking? What is that? Jamarok? I'm sure that's a acronym for something, but what's popping? What's cracking, Jamarok? Lester Ingram, what's cracking? What up, Hodges Cobb? What's popping, brother? Know Your Rights Foundation member. Everybody else, follow Hodges Cobb. What up, Melanated Brown? Got you, Lester Ingram. Eric Harvey, what's cracking? What up, 09 Game Dog 79? Y'all guys in these names. What up, Tristan Miller? What's popping? I got you. And then she could DJ Sherm. What's happening? Dwayne Hicks. Happy Saturn's Day to you too, brother. What's happening? Yo, am I messing up a little bit? It's supposed to be a green screen. I have a green screen, but I wasn't able to put it up, so it's doing a fake green screen. So if I come in and out, trying just to see if this works. If it doesn't work, I'll be back to my old background next week. Trying to see what happened. But What up, Mark Woods? I got you, Lester Ingram. I got you. What is that? 09 Game Dog. I got you, Jamerock. There it is. Quan J, 3740. Soul Sus. What's happening, everybody? Okay, we good. And all right. Coming through. What's popping? You excuse me. Eugene Michaels, appreciate you. Thank you, brother. He says, peace to the collective. Thanks for the shirt, the sweat. Oh, for sure. You got it. Hey, you got to send pictures. If you got some free stuff, man, you got to send back some pictures so I can put it on the website. Show the people that you guys like your gear. So if you bought some gear, if you got some free gear, because a lot of you got some free gear because you ordered the Great Book of Melanin Research, like you should do right now. You should order the Great Book of Melanin Research like you should do now. Bam! Get the whole police stop law package for free right there. The Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book, the Constitutional Rights card and Qualified Immunity card. We have a new Constitutional Rights card. That's this right here. Bam! Want to be one of the new people to get the brand new Constitutional Rights cards right here. And also next month for Melanated History Month, we don't like to call it Black History Month, but we have the Civil Rights Constitutional Rights card with the three gods, the three civil rights gods. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I am Malcolm X. I know you guys remember that. And if it doesn't fit, you must have quit. So this is the Civil Rights Month. This is a special release, special edition. We're only releasing this for Melanated History Month. So it should be on the website within the week that you can order. So make sure you go and cop that. But and then also the package comes with now if you order during the Melanated History Month, if you order today, also you can get the Civil Rights card. So that's going to be with that if you want to order that. But also comes with the Qualified Immunity Notice. This lets the police officer and the Qualified Immunity Notice here. This lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen when they violate your rights, meaning they'll lose their qualified immunity. Qualified immunity is the shield police officers get when they violate your rights and they don't know that they violated your rights. So when you get them on camera stating, hey, officer, you're in danger of violating my rights, so you better make sure that you don't violate my rights. But when they proceed and violate your rights anyway, and you have it on camera, they can't claim they didn't know, and you got them. So this is how this works. So you're giving them notice before it happens. Everything works with notice in law. I just hope you guys understand that. Everything works with notice in law. If you don't have if you're trying to sue somebody or have a claim against somebody and you don't have it and they don't have notice, you don't give them notice, it won't work. So you have to notice them first, because I have to know that I did you wrong before I can give you remedy, right? So it's called notice. And this is what police officers. Yo, Michael Jackson, appreciate you. Thank you, brother. Who said for turkey burgers? Yeah, I'm off my cleanse. I'm back on the turkey. I've been eating turkey for the last couple of days. So I'm off the cleanse. Off the cleanse for the turkey burgers. Thank you, people, for your donations. You know we got a $300 goal every week. You know how we do for the goal. Bam, we do the goal. It says 350, but it was 300. But if you want to give 350, we appreciate that. So make sure everybody you hit the hype button. Also, that's the like button, but also that's the Cash App. Make sure you go to Cash App. That's Real Nagas, the number 9. Real Nagas, the number 9. Appreciate you guys for supporting. Let's get up to the $300 goal for the Cash App peoples. Let's see. So before we get started, make sure I got everything off the books. Oh, make sure you go to patreon.com if you want to get out of the system. This is where you learn how to take your status back, have one foot in the system and one foot out of the system, teaching you how to contract with the corporation, the United States of America, Inc. This is what you need to do. This is the knowledge that you're going to need in the future if you want to succeed. All that old shit, your old world bullshit, you sitting back, not having knowledge, not knowing your rights, that's old world thinking. You're going to have to up your game, get in the gym, start practicing your damn moves, your handles, your footwork, your jump shot, your post moves. Y'all haven't been doing that. That's what learning this system is. It's getting in the gym, working on them handles, working on that left hand. A lot of you right-handers can't go left. A lot of you left-handers can't go right. You need to learn your game. Whatever your weaknesses are, have no weaknesses. Determine your weaknesses and say, no more. Whatever those weaknesses are, you attack them. So I know most of you, your weakness is the law and government. You don't know shit. To be honest, you don't know shit about this place that you live in, and you want remedy from, you want freedom in it. You want all of this shit in it, but you don't know nothing about it to get that. You then start crying when you don't get it, but didn't sit your ass down to learn the law to do it. So that's what we're doing over here. Appreciate you, Stephen Williams. Says for Chicago in the dojo. Appreciate Chicago, Chi-Town. Thank you, brother. We had $25 for the goal today. We got a $300 goal. So appreciate everybody for hitting Cash App. So also, again, go to realnagas.com for the great book of Melon research if you want the whole police stop law package. But get over to patreon.com/realnagas. Learn to have one foot in the system and one foot out of the system. Take your status back. Learn how to contract with this corporation and then have true power within the system where you can't get taxed because they don't have jurisdiction. It's all about jurisdiction, everybody. If I can teach you that, it's all about jurisdiction. A government cannot move forward. No legal entity can move forward if they don't have jurisdiction over you. That's just how it goes. So jurisdiction is everything. And I teach you how to argue jurisdiction, but you have to pull yourself out of the system. I teach you that first as well. Or not pull yourself out of the system, but make sure that you understand you move yourself up to a position of power within the system. And that's having one foot in and one foot out, but not being obligated to the system, meaning the system has no jurisdiction over you, but you can still use and utilize all the things within it. Why? Because you are first on the land. That's how this goes. Take your Aboriginal status back or your sovereign status back. I don't like to say the word sovereign, but you take your sovereign status back because the government gets its power from the people. So if you understand how to contract that the government became a corporation, you learn how to take your power back from this corporation. So get over to patreon.com/realnagas, sign up, and I will teach you how to take the power back from this goddamn corporation who stole it with your signature. And you don't even know that. Your signature is everything. Your signature creates everything. But you don't know that. But I will teach you that. Get over there, make you sign up. The classes are pre-recorded, so get over there. You can learn at your own leisure. About 27 classes up there, 2.5 hours each, at least 2.5 hours. Some of them are 3 to 4 hours. So you're getting a lot of information within those classes. So get on over there, shine it up. That's right. Get on. Hit that damn like button. Hit the hype button. Make sure you don't disrespect the dojo. You know how it goes up in here. You've been here for a minute. Don't disrespect my dojo. Take your shoes off before you enter the dojo, please. Don't bring all of your outside crap into my dojo, please. Appreciate you. That means hit the like button for the new people. All right, man. So it's a whole bunch of stuff. Hold on, let me see. Bunch of stuff going on this week. And as it is every week, we're in the time where it's a whole bunch of crap going on this week. Last week, when I did the live stream, I had mentioned how somebody had been shot. So we didn't know. I didn't have the full story, which is why I didn't report on it last week. Now I have the full story. We're going to do that. We're going to talk about that. But first off, there was a file dump last night or 2 nights ago, night and a half ago. There was a file dump, and appreciate you, brother. He says Preston Davis for the super sticker. Thank you, brother. Thank you, everybody, for hitting Cash App and the super chats. Appreciate you guys. So there's the Epstein files, another Epstein file dump. Now remember, the deadline for him to release the Epstein files was the night that he coincidentally, it's all coincidence, that the night that he invaded Venezuela. The night they invaded Venezuela. There's a coincidence. They were supposed to release the files that night. Nothing to see here. So now, excuse me. Now, yep. In the quiet of the night, this is how they release information on like the Fridays, the Saturdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, because Fridays are not a big news story day because it's moving into the weekend. So they know there's not a lot of people checking for information and news. You're trying to get ready for the weekend, trying to get your freak on for the weekend. So they know So go ahead and release that. They released 300 files and thousands of tapes. Excuse me, 3 million. My bad. Excuse me. 3 million files and thousands of tapes. And it don't look good, but for your boy Trump. God damn. It looked kind of bad for your boy Trumpity Trump. Whoa. They try to say, well, if they had anything on him, they would have released it a long time ago. No, not if it would have implicated New Khazaria. Yeah, they wanted to burn Trump, but they couldn't burn Trump without burning New Khazaria, Israel, in the process. So they had to hold off on that because both parties are captured by New Khazaria. You see that big ass 2/3 of Congress and Senate, they go take that trek over there. So that's Democrats or Democrats and Republicans. They both of them are bowing down, bending the knee, and matzo ball gargling. So they couldn't release those files without releasing or implicating Israel. That's why it didn't come out. But now, since they have to come out because of the new law that Massey and Ro got passed, they have to release the files. No, you got to release the goddamn files. So now these goddamn 3 million files came out, and holy shit, man, goddamn. I heard Jay-Z and Pusha T on them. I don't know. Elon is in them. They didn't say he did anything, but Elon was in the email saying he wanted to fly he was supposed to be setting up a date to fly to the island. They got Elon setting up a flight date to the island. They don't show him doing anything, just the flight date, but damn. Holy crap. Come on, Elon. Oh, hold on a second. Uh-oh. All right, there we go. So let me see. Let's show the Epstein file release. Because this is Trump look bad. Goddamn. It's not looking good for you, Trumpity Trump. God damn it. All right, here we go. Hold on. All right, here we go. God damn. All right.
Well, today the Department of Justice released 3 million documents, 3 million pages of documents in the latest Epstein drop, as well as more than 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, and some of the information in this drop was pretty darn damning against the president, Donald Trump. So damning, in fact, that the DOJ released the documents that had all of these accusations against Donald Trump, very, very horrific accusations, really horrific accusations. But just accusations. Because was anybody investigating any of these things? No, probably not. So everything remained an accusation and everybody has plausible deniability in the end, right? That's how they did it. That's how this whole scandal was covered up. One of the ways. They were so damning that the DOJ actually removed the pages after the fact. But we have them. They're not going to be able to get around it. People still have them. This is what we saw later on this afternoon was this page not found when trying to access the documents. Previously, the documents were there. One thing that was also very strange about this was the link to see all of these files for the DOJ did require you to verify that you were over the age of 18. So they ask, are you a robot? And then the next question is, are you over the age of 18? They normally don't do that. So that was an extra layer that they put on here. They had 6 million documents. Now, what happened to the other 3 million? They're claiming they're duplicates. Okay, I still want to see the duplicates because a duplicate's a duplicate unless it's not quite a duplicate, right? Maybe you're just erasing a line. You think we won't notice it, but that line is worth noticing. So there are 3 million more pages that are yet to be released. They're claiming, though, the DOJ is saying, no, we've released everything. We're done. We've now fulfilled our obligation. And Ro and others are saying, no, you haven't. You need to release the rest of the files. And they're claiming they don't have anything else to release. So what we have is what we have. But let me just show you the documents that they deleted because we have them. Now, be forewarned, I'm going to read some of these to you, and they are not good. This is not good. Some of the things that are the accusations in here. One accusation reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred. And the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was alleged she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was all...
Yo, it looked bad. God damn, this look terrible for this nigga Trump. God damn. Holy crapola.
Also abused by Epstein. And the response, so these are complaints, and then in the next column is response, and then criminal history is on the right-hand side. Now, they've redacted all the criminal history. I'm not sure who's the criminal history? Who are they talking about? The criminal history of the perpetrator or the victim? Unclear. The response to that was spoke with caller who identified. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. Okay, but what happened with that? We don't know. Here's another one. At age 16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, caller reported that she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured caller and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Redacted. Caller named other individuals involved, big orgy parties with her, other young girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Online complaint reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California.
Whoa! You see why this fool was trying? You see why Maduro got snatched up the same night the deadline came out? He didn't want you to see this shit. And honestly, they had to release these now, but they were supposed to have attacked Iran last night. These were supposed to have come out the same time they attacked Iran. Like, we're supposed to be in a war with Iran. Well, not we, but America, United States, the corporation is supposed to be in a war with Iran right now. But they had to pull back because they weren't ready to go to war with Iran, because Iran would have smacked them. If they'd attacked Iran that day when they wanted to last week, they wanted to attack Iran last week. And because they weren't in position and they didn't have the artillery there in position yet, they still won't have enough. Iran has been preparing for a war with America for like 30, 40 years. So these niggas, they've been ready. And you going over to their house? You coming to my home field, nigga? I've been preparing for a war for you for 40 goddamn years. And you trying to tell me, nigga, now at this point in time for 40 years, I've been preparing for a war. Now you coming to my home court? My home court? Oh, nigga, you about to get mollywopped in this bitch. So they called it off so that they can strengthen the forces over there, which is still not going to be good enough. So it was they were trying to time it all. They didn't want this to come out they didn't want this to come out with no other cover story. There was supposed to be a bigger cover story on this, and it messed up. What'd you say? Hearsay. You saying it's hearsay? It's here. It's in these files. I don't know. It's in these files, but appreciate you. Thank you, Preston Davis, for the Cash App. We're at $30 for the day. Come on, everybody. Let's get that Cash App. We only had $30 for the day. Appreciate you guys, though. But here we go. Let's see what else is in these files.
Between 1995 and 1996, complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked about what went on there or who...
Whoa! Let me go back. Hold on. Some girls went missing.
Leach and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility.
What? God damn. This nigga Trump is the devil. He was playing with the devil. He had the devil. He was living with the devil, kicking it with him.
Clayton reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked about what went on there or who she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other cunts. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex parties, dealings with cartels, and having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. That's a name I haven't heard in these Epstein files before. Maybe you have, but I haven't heard Robin Leach named. Here's another one. Sorry, these are very graphic and terrible, but this is what the DOJ released and then deleted. Complainant reported his ex-girlfriends redacted were victims of Epstein's.
Why would they release it and then delete it if it ain't real? First off, there's way too many corroborating stories. You talking about 3 million files, and all of them talking about him did some fuck shit. We already seen the Big Bubba, ball guard, the throat goat. We seen that. We seen what happened to the damn limo driver chick who they supposedly took down. Him and Epstein took down, and she was gonna go tell somebody, and apparently, she met Grimm. Anybody seen the show Grimm? I've been watching Grimm this week. Grimm is my shit. He's a Grimm. If you ain't even watched Grimm, do yourself a favor and watch Grimm. I put you on the 2 dope ass shows. One last week was Banshee. Grimm is another hell of a show. But Grimm, that motherfucker was snot. This nigga was a head cutter. And apparently that's what happened to her. She was going to go tell what happened with Epstein and Trump, and she met Grimm. They called a Grimm on her. That's where you get the Grim Reaper. That's where that Grim Reaper come from. She say, love Grimm? What you know about Grimm? What you know about Grimm? He's a Grimm. I love that show, except for the second half of season 4. They pissed me off when they broke up him and Juliet, turned her into a damn sorry. I was about to give you some spoilers. Caught myself. But goddamn it, Grimm is off the chain. That's a goddamn dope ass show. But so you keep talking about rumors. If they were just rumors with no proof of anything, they would have been released these. But they released them and then canceled. They pulled it back. They released the files. They were so damn messed up that they pulled it back. They were like, oh shit. They were, oh goddamn. Pull that back. And then redacted some more stuff. Man, are you kidding me? This is yo.
And one was murdered while working as a limousine driver. Complainant recalled picking up Donald Trump in 1995 to take him to Dallas Fort Worth Airport during.
Leah, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you for everything. Always hooking me up every week. We're at $40 on the donations, everybody. We got a $300 goal for the day. So everybody, make sure you hit the cash app or the super chat. That's in donation super chats. Actually, we're at $41.90. We're at $41.49 for the day. Appreciate you. $41.49 for the day. Oh, I had another one. All right, there we go. I'll make sure I got all my super chats. Here we go. Let's start it.
During that ride, complainant recalled some of the things Trump spoke about on his cell phone were very concerning and described being a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying. Complainant noted Trump repeatedly stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone. One complainant's ex-girlfriend, redacted, told complainant Trump raped her, as did Epstein. Caller is talking about crimes committed against. So here's another one. They said also, by the way, voicemail left, no response. Caller is talking about crimes committed against her. She claims to be a prisoner. She references Lisa Marie Presley, the British royal family, President Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein. Now that all would sound like a conspiracy theory. If somebody called him, there's like a sex trafficking thing going on. It involves the British royal family and Lisa Marie Presley and President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. People would be like, wow, you are off your rocker. Fast forward now, we got all, there's Prince Andrew. Now, we got all these photos and whatnot. It's kind of like all these things that people were claiming are starting to look a little bit more verifiable. I'll read you a couple more. Complainant followed up after a call with New York PD officer regarding her previous.
So you think this stuff is more likely to not be true than true? Are you serious? Come on. Are you that naive? Trump ain't never driven anywhere in his whole life. You think a person who's grown up in that damn environment, he hasn't partaken in this? he hasn't evolved himself around in this? Somebody especially who is as what's the word? As what's the word I'm looking for? As debaucherous as Trump. Trump is debaucherous. That's fool. We all know. Nigga looked at his daughter and said, if the girl wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her. His daughter. What the fuck? Said they both alike. They think about sex a lot. Why in the hell would you say that about your daughter? Yeah, you tripping. Yo, Shalon Mitchell, appreciate you. And Lawrence Lee, thank you guys. Oops, where we at? We're at 47 bucks for today. Thank you guys for the super chats and the donations. Come on, everybody. Let's get through the $300 donation goal we have for today. Here we go. Back to
this tip reporting that she was forced to perform sex acts when she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Complainant also reported there were high-profile individuals involved in her sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Here's another one. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vaginas by entering a finger and rated the children. And the guests were elder men and included Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children. Here's another one. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vaginas by entering a finger and rated the children. And the guests were elder men and included Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to give oral sex to Donald Trump, forced to allow them to penetrate us. I was 13 years old when Donald Trump raped me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present.
Yo. Now you see why Elon has been ball gargling the goddamn Khazarians. They took that fool over to Israel and showed him, nigga, we got your Epstein tapes, bitch. We got your fucking Epstein tapes, Elon, bitch. You better fucking start censoring speech about the Khazarians on X, motherfucker. You understand? And then I showed you the video about a week or a couple weeks ago, how you can criticize every race on X except for you can ask X to create a picture of a burning flag of every other country except Israel. So now we know why, because Elon bitch ass is in these damn files. And then he got the nerve to come out and say Trump is in the goddamn files. He got the nerve to come out and say Trump is in the files. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Take that to the bank. When he got pissed at Trump. You didn't mention your bitch ass was in here, Elon. What happened to that tweet, motherfucker? Where that tweet at, bitch? You didn't say me and Trump is in. Oh, okay. So now we know why Elon has bent the knee and got a ball lodged in his in his throat. Niggas gasping for air with a ball lodged in his throat.
All right, here's another one. In 2004 to 2005, Sir Ivan Wiltzig hosted a party where Jeffrey Epstein, Sammy Sosa, and Donald Trump were in attendance. Patti LaBelle's PR agent stood at the door. At the party, caller met an individual who was approximately 18 to 23 years of age, who was brought from Oklahoma for a modeling job, but then sold to a man in France. Several women were being auctioned, and a woman possibly known as Colette LNU was the madam. A couple of years later, caller saw Colette at the Cheetah Club in New York.
Now, hold up. Don't you disrespect Patti LaBelle. Don't sit up here and say Patti LaBelle was up here doing this shit, nigga. Not Patti LaBelle. All right. I'm out. Stop it. Y'all believe Patti LaBelle was in on this? Patti Lou LaBelle? Voulez-vous que je... What is it? Voulez-vous que je? Is that what it is? Voulez-vous que je? That ain't it? Voulez-vous que je? How'd it go, y'all? Put it in the chat. How'd the damn song go? Not Patti Lou LaBelle? No! He said, somebody loves the children. Somebody loves the children. It's not Patti LaBelle. Don't say it's Patti LaBelle. No. Yo, Charlie J. Scott, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. We're at $95 for the day on the Cash App for the super chats. Thank you for the donations. $95 for the day. Always looking me up. Appreciate you, bro. Man, Patti LaBelle? Oh, man. Patti LaBelle?
New York, and she told one of Santos' friends that Jamie Foxx was interested in spending a night with her and that he could pay her a lot of money.
Anyway,
possibly known as Colette LNU was the
let's go back. Let's that one more time.
Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to give oral sex to Donald Trump, forced to allow them to penetrate us. I was 13 years old when Donald Trump raped me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present.
No!
Here's another one. In 2004 to 2005, Sir Ivan Wiltzig hosted a party where Jeffrey Epstein, Sammy Sosa, and Donald Trump were in attendance. Patti LaBelle's PR agent stood at the door. At the party, caller met an individual who was approximately 18 to 23 years of age, who was brought from Oklahoma for a modeling job, but then sold to a man in France. Several women were being auctioned, and a woman possibly known as Colette LNU was the madam.
Voulez-vous coucher? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? He said, voulez-vous coucher? Nate D-Funk is hilarious. Voulez-vous coucher?
A couple of years later, caller saw Colette at the Cheetah Club in New York, and she told one of Santos' friends that Jamie Foxx was interested in spending a night with her and that he could pay her a lot of money.
Jamie Foxx! Now we see why they tried to take Jamie out the game. Oh, nigga, you see why they didn't want to release these files. Everybody's getting taken down in this bitch. Holy shit, man. This is crazy.
These just don't sound made up. You know, they just don't really sound made up. Okay, one more. Caller reported that in 1987, a friend, victim 1, was out drinking and ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim 1 saw Donald Trump and wanted to meet him. An unknown man approached her and offered to introduce her to Trump. The unknown man gave victim 1 a drink, and victim 1 woke up naked and sore with $300 on the bed. Victim 1 didn't remember how she got to the room. She remembered seeing a flash of Trump's face. Victim 1 called the caller and told her she thought she had been raped. Victim 1 did not go to a hospital to have a rape kit performed because she didn't think anyone would believe her, especially because she was drunk. Victim 1's husband's business had problems with suppliers, and victim 1 believed Trump was behind it. Victim 1 also started dating a lawyer, identifiers unknown, who was married. Victim 1 had a fight with her lawyer boyfriend and went to a bar. Victim 1 left a bar with a man who no one in the bar recognized, but who seemed familiar with Victim 1. Victim 1 was never seen again. A few years ago, remains were discovered that matched the description of what Victim 1 was wearing when she went missing. DNA tests at the time were inconclusive.
Django is
this is why the DOJ deleted these after they released them.
The cloning
so very disturbing, very, very disturbing files. But what will be done about this?
So now you see why you're about to go to war with Iran. Anything for distraction. They're about to distract the shit out of you because these files just came out. You know that, right? You are about to get so much goddamn distraction. It's going to be insane. It's about to blow your damn face off. So don't fall for the bull crap. You know what's going on. Yo, Kenneth Hill, appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the cash app. We're at 115 for the day. 115 on the donations. Thank you, guys. Excuse me. And real quick, make sure you go to realnagas.com. Make sure you hook up the beautiful shirts we got over there. You see the boom. You see the Wu-Tang. Shout out to the Wu-Tang. This is the Wu Astrology shirt. This is the one you get free if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Bam. Right there. So I'm doing a deal for the weekend. I got a weekend deal going on just today and tomorrow only because I'm going to the post office on Monday. So today and tomorrow only, I'm going to hook you up. You get 2 shirts. You get the 2 shirt and the 5 flashcard deal if you order today and tomorrow only. That is it. All right. You order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, today or tomorrow only. Today or tomorrow only. You will get the whole police stop law package for free, but plus, going to hook you up. Where'd it go? Gonna hook you up with the boom. No, where'd it go? Right there. Gonna hook you up. Bam, you get one of the Rapstrology, or 2. You get 2 of the Rapstrology shirts. You can get a Rapstrology shirt, volume 1, right here. Oh, shoot, that's the Wu Astrology, excuse me. Your Rapstrology right here. You can get the Rapstrology volume 1, volume 2, or volume 3. You can get 2 of these, 2 of the 3, or you can get one of those. And also you can get the Wu Astrology shirt that I got on today. As you can see, is bam, off the chain. This is a collector's item. This not many of these will be made. So these are going to be collector's items and probably worth a lot of money in the future. So because I'm not selling these. You can't buy them. You can only get this if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. And I'm the only one who makes these. I am the only one who has this. So go to realnagas.com, order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, and hook yourself up with one of these or 2 of the 3 shirts, and also the whole 5 decks of police stop flash, or you get 2 police stop flashcards, 1 and 2, law and government flashcards, and the Supreme Court case flashcard. So I'm going to hook you up with the whole package, but only today and tomorrow. If you order today and tomorrow, because I got to go to the post office early on Monday. So if you don't order it by Monday, I'm not going to see it. So just saying, you're going to be out of luck. And don't hit me up on Monday in the middle of the day because I'm going to the post office early in the morning. I got shit to do. So I'm going to hit that post office up early in the morning. So again, today and tomorrow is all you get. So let's get back. And I appreciate you guys for support. Oops. All right, let's get to the next story. Oh, hold on, somebody. Oh, wait a minute. Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the bam. Thank you for the cash out or the super chat. He says this getting deep. It sure is. No diddy. But oh man, and Darius Foster, thank you for the cash out. Thank you guys. We're at 155 for the day. 155 for the day. Excuse me, 170. My bad. Can't count. We're at 170 for the day. My bad. 170 for the day. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. All right, let's get back into it. Moving along. Still in political news. Oops. So, like I said last week when I did the live stream, someone had gotten shot right before the live stream. So I hadn't had the full story on it. So I wanted to wait and show what the full story was. So now we have it. So let's see. Let's get into this so we can see what actually happened. Hold on. Hold on one sec. I have a lot of videos open today, guys. Hold on. So you gotta wait. All right, here we go. I think this is it. So this shows the full angle of what happened. So, or most of the angle what happened. It doesn't show what happened beforehand, but what happened beforehand was the officers were trying to arrest a criminal. And they were in the street yelling at him, ICE go home, blah, 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 blowing whistles at him and all that type of stuff. And they weren't doing anything at first. And then this dude, Penny, Alex, or Peretti, excuse me, Alex, what is his name? Alex Peretti, or whatever his name is. So I didn't mean to mess up his name, but he was in the street trying to direct traffic. First of all, you're not a traffic cop, so they don't need you to do that. And that's illegal. You can't just stand in the middle of the street. That's obstruction. You can't obstruct him. He acts like he's directing traffic, but no, you're not a police officer. You're not a traffic cop. So no one needs you to do that. But they're doing that because they're blocking ICE and they're trying to tell people how to get around their blockades around ICE. So the ICE agents got tired of it and started yelling at them. So, so they were blowing the whistles and yelling at them. So this is the part where we pick up the video is now Coon Cajun is ass licking and boot licking all day. He really believes the police officer didn't do anything wrong, blah, 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 all this and that bullshit. Now, we went over the shooting with the Renee Good. And in that shooting, both of them were wrong. Renee Good, first, again, people don't understand. You have your own personal responsibility not to put yourselves in dangerous situations, not to hold somebody else accountable for when you're reckless. You put yourself in a dangerous situation and then some shit happens. And he did it. Nuh-uh. If you weren't there, nothing could have happened to you. Remove yourself. Again, we went over this a couple weeks ago, the difference between possibility and probability. Mostly anything is possible within the universe, but probable, no. The correct conditions have to be in alignment for probability to happen. And so, meaning one of those things is if you're going to get your ass beat, that means you have to be there in that place to get your ass beat in the first place. Meaning, if I don't place myself in that area, in that place where the ass whooping happens, I can't get my ass beat, right? So, again, personal responsibility from the jump. And this is what's not being said. So, now that we did say that, now Alex Brady should not have been there, and he was there with a gun. We got to talk about that too. You don't go to harass ICE because they say he was protesting. No, you're not protesting. Protesting is not jumping, yelling at ICE, blowing whistles at them while they're doing their job. That's harassment. You can't do that because at the end of the day, that's obstruction. You're taking their attention off of what could be a potentially dangerous criminal. So when they come in and tell you, you can't be doing that, and also blowing whistles and all that stuff in the public, that's also what's it called? Disturbing the peace. That's disturbing the peace. Just because you believe in one damn thing don't mean you have the right to come out here and upset everybody else, disturb everybody else's peace to believe what you believe, or to harass them into believing what you believe. If you don't get that guy, if you don't stop blowing that whistle, I'll shove that shit down your throat, bitch. I'll be blowing that whistle. I'm trying to eat my food at the restaurant. What are you trying to eat your food, have a nice day with your wife or your husband, and you trying to sit at the restaurant and eat, and you start hearing, ice go home, ice go home, ice go home. You be like, bitch, if you don't shut your monkey ass up, bitch, I'm trying to eat my food, especially if you don't agree with that shit. If you agree with ICE getting people out, you don't get the fuck out of here, bitch. So there's that. They don't, really quick. Preston Davis, thank you for the sticker, brother, for another sticker. Boom, another sticker. We're at 160. What did I say? 167 for the day. 167 for the day. Thank you, guys. So, so that's what. So again, personal responsibility and accountability from the jump. Don't place yourself in situations like that. Then also don't go to a place where you're going to harass law enforcement, knowing they have the authority to shoot somebody when they feel their life's in danger. And you're going to go place yourself in that situation with a weapon. Yeah, you have the right to do it, but should you do it? Just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you should do it. Seriously, just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you should do it. A homeowner can flood their house if they want to. It's their house. Should they do that? Should they just flood their whole house just because they can? No, that's not a good idea. So, again, we have to have some personal accountability here for assessing the situation and say, hey, is this a good idea to bring a weapon when I'm going to go harass law enforcement who have weapons, but also have the authority to shoot me if they believe I'm a threat with my weapon? Does that make sense? Not that, I have the freedom of hold. Yeah, you got the, and then the Democrats was crazy with the Second Amendment shit. Every time somebody gets shot, they want to take your gun away. But now all of a sudden, dude had a right to be there with a gun. And he did. But should he have done it? So let's watch.
Here's another angle of what happened. So you guys can get multiple perspectives of what happened here. They're clearly trying to obstruct. Look at this. All that noise, right? They're trying to obstruct the operation. They get involved in something they should not be involved.
So let me turn it down. Let me slow it down just a little bit. All right, so watch.
Shouldn't be there.
What's wrong with you?
And this dude goes, again, tries to confront the agent, right?
Wait. So let me
pushing him back.
So we have to break this down from the jump because the officers were in the wrong when they pushed the lady. So the lady was annoying them with whistling and screaming at them while they were trying to do their job. They told him to get, she was across the street at first. They told him to get out of the street. She backed up and went to the other side of the street. They came up on her and then he pushed her to the ground. He shouldn't have did that. That's assault. Once she moved to the other side of the street, then she's out of danger, or she's out of the position where she can endanger you. So the police officer, it was the border patrol, it wasn't police officer, it was border patrol. He should have, at that point, should have left her lady alone when she moved to the side of the street. But then he pushed her to the ground.
Involved in something they should not be involved in. Shouldn't be there.
What's wrong with you?
So right here, you see he pushed her to the ground. Watch, let's do it again.
Get involved in something they should not be involved in. Shouldn't be there.
What's wrong with you?
Watch. So now the interaction is happening on the other side of the street. They're out of the way. At this point, they're out of the way. Now, should they have been there harassing police officers? No. This is their fault for harassing police officers while they're trying to do their job. You can't do that. However, at this point, then there's you can't just say, all right, just because they were there and they were doing that it's all their fault from that point. No. Okay. Once you've established that you've gotten them out of the realm where they're a danger to the officer or the border patrol, excuse me, the border patrol officer, then now she's over here, they're over there, out of the way. Now you can go back to doing your job. But I think what they may think is that if they go back over there, she's going to follow him back over there. So now he's mad. He's yelling at her, telling her to get out of the street, and she yelling back at him. So he gets mad and watch, he pushes her. Boom. That's assault. She wasn't endangering you at all. Speech is not dangerous. Just because she's yelling at you and talking crazy to you doesn't mean you can push somebody to the ground. So that border patrol officer, he full of crap right there. That's assault. Right? So Alex,
They get
watch
involved in
this.
something they should not be involved in. Shouldn't be there.
What's wrong with you?
Alex, dude, is over here. Watch. So Alex is over here. Right here. This is Alex right here. Trying to stop the officer from pushing the girl. Because he wasn't even engaging the officer really at first. He was over here. But when the officer pushes the girl to the ground, he goes over and he's like, yo, what you doing? And so he pushed to the officer. Now, you can't do that. You can't get in a police officer's face, even if you believe the police officer did something wrong. You can't get in a police officer's face. You can't do that. So once he did that, the officer or the Border Patrol dude sprayed him with pepper spray. So look, see, now he's in the officer's face. Now, right here, he's in the officer's face because he pushed that lady to the ground. So now he gets sprayed.
This dude goes, again, tries to confront the agent, right? Who's essentially pushing him back. Look, get out of here, right? You're getting too close to the operation. Get out of here.
So now he gets sprayed. Watch.
So again, because this dude.
So now he gets sprayed. Okay, I got you. I got the point. Get out of your face. So that's the point you were trying to make. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. Right. You sprayed him. You made your point. Now he's trying to pick up the lady off the ground. He's completely turned his attention away from the Border Patrol officer, right? That means confrontation has been alleviated. We're not confronting each other anymore. I got in your face. You sprayed me with the pepper spray. Message received. Now I'm helping this lady up off the ground, who you also just pushed in pepper spray, trying to see if she okay. So he's totally disengaged from the officer. This is very important. We're going to talk about some law stuff today. This is very important that he's now disengaged from the officer. Now watch this.
Confronted the agent. Now he's in a confrontation with the agent.
So look, now he's completely away from the officer. Look. Now watch what the officer does. The officer come and grabbed him. Why are you now? The officer now? It's the officer's fault at this point. Once the citizen disengaged from the officer, the threat was alleviated. When he's trying to help the lady up, the officer re-engages. Now it's the officer's fault. You were completely out of danger. You're trying to arrest somebody across the street. You wanted them to get out of the street. They're out of the street. They're out of your face. Why are you now continuing to engage the citizens on the sidewalk? Yeah, you're pissed, but you have to maintain some level of decorum when you're an officer. You can't be pissed and act on your anger when you're an officer. So now, when he's doing this, now he's grabbing him. This dude had no right to be grabbed at this point. The only aggression he showed was after he pushed the girl and he got in his face like, yo, why are you pushing on this girl? That's the only aggression he showed this time. So now what happens?
Yeah, he's resisting.
Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Now they say do you see what this motherfucker just said? He's resisting. Resisting what? The dude had no right to mess with him after that. After he sprayed him in the face and he got out of his face, the threat was alleviated. Where are you detaining him now? Detaining him for what? He ain't do anything. But ask you why you pushed that lady to the ground. So, boom. Now he's talking about he's resisting. Now, I'll say this. In California, if you believe that you are about to be arrested, you no matter what, even if you think it's an unlawful arrest, you still have to comply. That's in the law. In most states, that's going to be the law. Even if you believe it's an unlawful arrest, when you're being detained or arrested, you have to comply. And then you work it out lawfully. You don't physically work it out with the police officers because they can kill you, right? So he's unlawfully being detained right now. However, he is resisting. He's resisting, but he should not be resisting.
Honestly.
And let me tell you, the reason the stop is going to be taken from this point when the officer re-engaged the Alex Peretti is because something called moment of the threat doctrine. So there was something called moment of the threat doctrine where the court took into account the moment. And this is all with excessive force. This is all dealing with excessive force. So usually something that what governed excessive force was a Supreme Court case called Graham versus Connor, and it had the 3-factor rule, like basically the severity of the crime, the threat to the officer, and was the suspect trying to flee. These are the 3 things that Graham versus Connor deals with when deciding if an officer has exhibited excessive force. So again, the severity of the crime, meaning what that person did. Because if they just stole a bag of chips, why are you beating on the shit? Why are you beating the shit out of them if he's only stole a bag of chips? That crime is not severe enough for you to be beating on this dude or tasing him. 2, the threat to the officer. Is he attacking the officer? Is he trying to fight the officer at the time? Is the officer actually in danger? And then 3, was the person trying to flee? And that still doesn't mean you can use excessive force on a person trying to flee. It just means if the person is trying to flee and they're a danger to the public, then you can use excessive force. But still, the requisite amount of force is supposed to be used on someone fleeing if they're not a danger to the officer, right? So that's called the Graham factor, right? These are the three factors of Graham versus Connor that decides excessive force. Then just this past year in 2025, there was a Supreme Court case called Barnes versus Felix, Barnes v. Felix, that said that now when police officers use excessive force, we're going to take the totality of the circumstances into account. We're not just going to look at the moment of the threat, because before they were just looking at, when the police officer shot him, was he in danger? Did he or not was he in danger? Did the police officer believe he was in danger at that moment when he killed that person or he used excessive force? That's what they were looking at. Now, Barnes versus Felix, that just came out this past year, said, no, we're not going to do that no more. We're going to look at the totality of circumstances, meaning everything that happened before you put the monkey knuckle on this dude or woman. Before you put the monkey knuckles on this person, what happened? What'd you do? So I'm sorry, I should be on the screen for this, right? While I'm teaching you guys this. So Barnes v. Felix again says totality of circumstances, meaning everything that happened. So it's going to look at, if the officer, if Alex Peretti got into the officer's face, it's going to look at that. But then it's going to show that the officer alleviated that threat when he sprayed him with the pepper spray. It's going to say you alleviated the threat. There was a threat. You pepper sprayed him. He was no longer a threat. He goes to aid the woman that you assaulted, and then you re-engaged him. That's what they're going to look at, because at that point, it's the officer's fault. This is where Barnes v. Felix is going to come in. The totality of the circumstances. You re-engaged him, and made yourself in danger. You put yourself in danger. Again, so this is what they're going to look at. So let's continue.
All right, so this is the moment here where you can see the guy that shot him. He grabs his gun, right? So clearly, he has identified.
Not Barnes v. It's Barnes v. Felix, like Felix the cat. Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Now, if you know who Felix the cat is, goddamn. If y'all know who Felix the cat is, holy snap. But Felix, Barnes versus Felix. Like Felix the cat. Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Whenever he gets in a fix, whenever he gets in a fix, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Felix the cat. But says he a whole B at B because he didn't push Peretti. He sprayed him, but pushed the lady. Yeah. Say, how come you didn't push Peretti? He could have pushed him too, but I'm sure he wouldn't. I don't think he would have gotten pushed back by Peretti. Felix the cat, with his bag of tricks. Yep, straight up. Fisto Flames, what you know about that, boy? Felix was the shit, boy. Felix was a straight ass mover. But Barnes versus Felix. So now we're looking at boom. Now they're fighting.
That this person is armed at this point in time, right? You can also hear the agents, law enforcement saying gun, 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 right? So clearly they've identified a deadly weapon. Any situation like that, I'm telling you straight up, legally speaking, they're going to be justified every single time. Every single time. He's resisting. He got a gun on him. You don't have to wait until he grabs the gun. You don't have to.
Also, excuse me, in the in the realm of accountability, we have to throw it back to the Alex Peretti dude, because he came there with a gun that's known to have a hair trigger. The weapon that he brought to, which he shouldn't have been, like, why are you bringing that if you protest? Why are you bringing that to a goddamn? That means you anticipate on getting into some shit with ICE. If you bring a gun to a damn situation like that, where you're supposed to only be protesting, that means you anticipate some type of confrontation with ICE. However, that gun that he brought is known to gun users to have a hair trigger. So there's a video of this dude. I couldn't find it because somebody else had posted it. I couldn't find the actual video, but there's a video of a guy who's showing that exact gun, the exact same gun, and how much of a hair trigger, how if you handle it, like you turn that motherfucker the wrong way, pow, it went on. Like he pulled the clip out, pow, he put the clip back in, pow. That shit just went off for no reason, like 4 or 5 times, just regular handling it, right? So that's probably what happened when they grabbed the gun. So look, this right now, what you're seeing is now they're tackling him to the ground. One officer is going to see that he has the holster. He has the gun in his holster. He's going to reach for that gun.
Wait until he draws the gun or whatever. You don't have to.
Watch.
At that point, to him drawing a gun, because they split second. If he grabs that gun, he can. Again, I can't show you guys where he actually gets shot, and
Hold on.
and then that's when you understand that, you understand how stupid it is. Basically, what happened, right? The best way to avoid this is to.
All right, so there's another video that shows. Let me see if I can find the other video that shows where he's grabbing the gun, because we got to show that part. Hold up. Come on. Oh, there it is. Hold on. I hope this is it. Hold on. That's not it. Hold on 1 second. Oops. God damn. Hold on. God damn. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yo, this shit is weird as hell. Hold on. I still have to get to it. All right. Okay, this must be it. All right. StreamYards, they need to fix this shit. All right, here we go.
Patrol. Please make sure you guys hit the like button. I don't know if YouTube will suppress this video or not, but Minneapolis is in the midst of a full-blown insurrection. We're going to talk about why this is all happening, because it actually has little to do with immigration. It's a much broader, more nefarious anti-America agenda at work here. And most importantly, we're going to talk about the new details that were exposed that reveal the true scale, organization, and sophistication of this anti-ICE operation. These protesters, if you can even call them that, are literally working with Minneapolis PD to trace, dox, and obstruct ICE. I'm not kidding. As always,
So
like the video and subscribe.
this is basically what Peretti was doing. They're organized. These cats are organized. They get text. They're on an app called Signal, where they text each other where they're going to be. They're taking license plate numbers down. They're taking photos of ICE to share with each other. They're building a database of who ICE is. I mean, these motherfuckers are crazy. This is all organized, and it's funded by he's an American, but he's a communist that lives in China, named Neville Singham. I've talked about him before. Bald head dude lives in China. He's a communist trying to disrupt America. And so he's funding all this shit over from China. Got a whole plush ass place he live over in China. They chilling with him because he's doing China's bidding by implementing communism or trying to spread communism throughout America, which they know will destroy it.
subscribe to the channel, please watch this one till the end. But let's start with a video from a couple of days ago of Tim Walz encouraging Minnesotans to cause trouble for ICE.
I can't stress enough on this. We're winning it because we're doing it with Minnesota grit, Minnesota decency. Yes. Oftentimes talk about this, and I know people are discussing this a lot. I spent a lot of time with John Lewis on nonviolent resistance. The resistance matters. Yes. We're not telling people to be silent, but we're not telling people to go out and cause problems. We're going to cause good trouble.
So when you ask yourself the question, why all this chaos is only happening in Minnesota and not the rest of the country, that is the answer.
Hold on, this is not the video. This is not the video. Hold on. That's not the video. Hold on, where's the video, man? All right, here it is.
The situation in Minneapolis is on the verge of exploding.
That's not it either. God damn it. Hold up. Is that it? Hold on. Is that it? I think that might be it, actually. Hold on. All right, I think that might be it. All right, let's go back.
The situation in Minneapolis.
But let me get to the footage where he actually shows the footage of what's happening. God damn it. Man, where did the footage go? I'm trying to show you guys the footage of where homeboy grabs the yeah, I'll do this. I'll go back to all right, so because you got to see the breakdown of when he grabs the weapon. That's actually the most important thing. So here it is.
Guidance from Chief Scott. Did the 37-year-old who had a license to carry, did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun and also the magazines from him? Can you offer clarity on
this? Individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers. They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. This is a violent riot when you have someone showing up with weapons and are using them to assault law enforcement officers.
Because video appears to show he's disarmed before shots are fired. So I just want clarity on that. And beyond that, I just want to follow up and ask who within the federal government is leading the criminal investigation, understanding that CBP OPR has opened up an internal investigation. And beyond that,
they tried to come out and say he was a terrorist. Now that's a technical thing, because if you're a violent protester, you're labeled a domestic terrorist now, which is why it's important, why you guys need to learn the law. The laws that they put on the books are designed to take you out of the game. The regular protester, agitated person fighting for their rights, meant to take you out of the game because they know you're going to be emotional. And this is where we are. We're in hyper feminine energy right now. So emotional people, they act out. You lash out. You don't think. You don't sit back and plan and strategize. You react. And so they know that's what's happening right now, which will in turn allow them to implement a police state, because you niggas are acting crazy. Well, not you niggas, but the crazy ass Democrats and liberals are acting crazy, burning shit down in the name of melanated people and fucking illegal immigrants, really illegal immigrants who they don't have to live with. So this is crazy. The liberals are burning shit down for illegal immigrants who they don't have to live with and are not affected by when they come over here. They're going to get the police state implemented, acting stupid. And then asking why melanated people not involved in the shit. What? Nigga, we trying to get these bitch ass niggas out of here, fool. We trying to get these bitch ass niggas out of here, nigga. What the fuck? You don't got to live with Jose. Jess. Did you cross the border legally? Yes. Illegally? Yes. Which one was it? Yes. So you don't got to live with that.
Why did federal agents tell Minneapolis Police Department to leave the scene?
We're continuing to follow the exact same protocols that we always have. And so this investigation is ongoing. We're continuing to gather the facts as they unfold throughout that. And we'll do it just like we did under the entire Trump administration and previous administrations. Nothing has changed. We'll continue to release details as we have them. But I want you to not distract away from the facts of this situation. Our law enforcement officers were there doing a targeted operation against an individual who was in this country illegally and had a criminal conviction for domestic assault with intent to do bodily harm and other convictions as well. This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him and dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict harm on these officers coming brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing. We'll continue to allow that is a different
Wait. So we got to continue our coverage of the chaos and drama that is happening in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay, we have a new liberal that has won a Darn Award here, Mr. Alex Pretty, who was resisting arrest after trying to confront Border Patrol agents who were doing.
He said immigrants haven't done anything compared to whites to me and my kind. You people are brainwashed. First of all, who is you people? And just by this right here, it shows you don't know shit about politics. So you need to probably be quiet because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. You sound like you have a second grade understanding of politics.
Doing their jobs, right? He decided to show up as a
illegal observer. First off, whites ain't doing shit to you right now, but illegal immigrants come over here and they drive the wages down for melanated people. And also they take up all the goddamn jobs, just like the 20,000 truck driving jobs that illegal immigrants have right now, holding illegal commercial driver's licenses. 20,000 jobs, truck driving jobs that illegal immigrants hold with illegal commercial driver's licenses issued from California. And you think that ain't affecting you? I promise you, my nephew is a truck driver. I promise you that's affecting him. He ain't getting all the goddamn routes he could get. So maybe you ain't affected, but melanated people are when they come over here illegally. And they just flood the whole goddamn system where resources are scarce. And then because Democrats need them to vote, they need them as the new voting bloc, the old voting bloc, you get marginalized. You don't get shit. And they give illegal immigrants free hotels, free food, free clothing, all the rest of this shit because they want to indoctrinate them and get them attached and hooked on the Democratic side. So don't sit up here and tell me that illegal immigrants ain't did shit to you because you don't know shit. You don't know how they didn't fuck with you because you have a second grade understanding of politics. Go sit down and learn some shit, and then maybe you'll understand. Here we go.
Was told to move back, did not do so immediately, and ended up getting a confrontation with Border Patrol in which he ended up losing his life because he was shot and killed due to the fact that he was armed and resisting while armed. Now, there's a lot of speculation about whether or not he was disarmed before the Border Patrol agent shot him, and we now have clear video evidence showing exactly what happened. And I personally believe that this evidence I'm about to show you guys basically closes the door on anybody claiming that this was not justified, right? I think that from a legal perspective, this is 100% justified. And this video right here, this angle right here, I think is the clearest angle. And I'm going to explain to you guys exactly why. Let's go ahead and play this clip. Now, keep in mind, all this.
He is a ball. So the thing, he was getting flamboozled in his chat. So he real emotional because he keep ball gargling the police. He must have some police officer friends or family members or some shit because he keeps ball gargling the police. So he was getting killed in his comments. So he kept trying to come back and justify the police officer shooting, which there's no justification to what happened. I just told you about the moment of threat and the totality of circumstances factor from Barnes versus Felix. So he doesn't know that because he don't know shit about the law, but he thinks he does. He thinks he knows about the law, but you don't know about the law unless you actually know about the law. So unless you're actually studying and learning it and also executing the law.
This is happening in seconds. This is now slowed down in slow motion. In the courts, you're not supposed to analyze it this way, right? But I'm going to analyze it and just tell you guys, in your mind, keep in mind that this is something that happened in split seconds, right? Okay, so watch this. As you can see, they're tussling with the guy. He's resisting. This guy right here apparently is also Border Patrol, right?
He's going for the gun. This is the guy right here is going for his weapon. He's on his side. Watch.
Federal officer. At the exact same time that this officer.
So you can see his hand at his gun. This is the weapon right here. This officer is pulling out the weapon. Why are you going for your weapon at the same time your officer is pulling out his, disarming him? The guy hadn't even gone for his weapon. to show you that he's a threat. You ain't just supposed to put your hand on your gun and pull your gun out just because somebody has a gun. He hasn't even shown he's a threat, but because his fellow officer is pulling out this man's weapon, pulling his weapon out, you put your hand on you get ready to unholster your weapon. Why? So here we go.
Is reaching to try to disarm this guy. This other officer sees the gun, sees the weapon, okay, and he reaches for his weapon, right? So the gun's been identified. At the same time, there's a struggle for the weapon, right? Okay, as this guy's resisting arrest, you can clearly see it. Watch this. This officer right here.
So he snatched the weapon out. Right now, this officer right here has the weapon in his hand. So the guy is unarmed. He's trying to argue that this is a good shooting. But you're saying that the dude was unarmed at this point. But he's trying to argue the confusion in the officers' minds. That's what he's trying to say. They were so confused. It's split-second thinking. You can't hold them to Monday morning quarterbacking when we can see everything. They had only a split second to decide whether this guy was a threat or not. This is what they're saying.
While at the same time, simultaneously, this officer is gearing up to fire because at that point he's resisting. They've identified a weapon. He's not fully under control. This is potentially a dangerous threat. And I'm just giving you a perspective from a legal perspective and a law enforcement perspective. At the end of the day, you can morally agree or disagree with it. That's not what this is about. And too many people spend too much time making moral arguments. Okay. This dude is pulling away the weapon. At the same time, this agent fires.
He didn't fire. So he said this agent fires. Now, at this point, when he did this video, the information about the hair trigger on that gun hadn't come out. So since this video, we understand that the gun the man had a hair trigger. So when he pulled it out, it went off. Most likely, we're gonna say the theory is it went off. They heard it go off and thought, "Oh snap, he's shooting." So they loaded him up 9 times. You killed a dude 9 times. You shot him 9 times. Come on, man. That's not excessive force. I said wrong is 2 left shoes. Wrong is 2 left shoes. It says wrong is 2 left shoes. Here we go.
He fires a weapon. This dude is actively now getting up, trying to get up. Now keep in mind, they've identified a weapon. In a split second, although it appears as if this guy was disarmed, you have to take it.
I didn't block you. Somebody in the chat talking about somebody block. I didn't block you. I didn't block you. I don't need to block you. for what? Block you for what?
Step back and understand from the perspective of a law enforcement officer in that split second situation. They've identified a gun. This guy's actively resisting. He's getting up. It looks as if he is reaching at the same spot that his holster was. Look at him. Look at his posture. Okay? Look at his posture at that moment, right? At this moment, what does a reasonable officer believe about?
Let's keep going.
That's the whole point. And if you are right, he can.
Because he keeps trying to argue. So watch this.
Point, deadly force is justified. Now, here's the back angle of this interaction. This is from the back. As you can see.
So my man got the gun. He got the weapon. He pulled it.
Look at that hand right there. Again,
he's trying to say this dude's hand is at his side, which these people think, oh, he could be going for his gun. First off, he just disarmed him. And this is the natural position of your arm when you're standing. Your arm just lays to your side. You're not going for a weapon. What do you think his arm is supposed to be? Behind his back? Over his head, choking himself? What the fuck? This dude is stupid. Where's his arm supposed to be? Is it a magic arm? It only appears when he needs it? What the fuck? There's not supposed to be an arm there? What the fuck is he doing? How'd that arm get there? On a body. With a shoulder. What the fuck is going on, man? It's the Matrix. Here we go.
Show you in a minute. They don't know if the gun is still there, even though it appears as if he was disarmed. And then he reaches back at the same place that the firearm was identified, okay? So I just want people to understand that. It looks as if he's reaching back. Check out this angle. Watch this. Boom. You see this? This guy took the gun. He took the gun, but they didn't know that he was unarmed, right? Or that he was disarmed. They didn't know. Keep that in mind. You got to understand. What was the perspective of the officers at the time? That's how you have to analyze it. The gun had been identified, but they didn't know that the gun had been disarmed. They didn't know. And I'm about to prove to you guys that they, in fact, did not know. Okay, the next video I'm about to show you guys is
this nigga in here talking about what whites have done to you. Nigga, you ain't been harmed by no whites, nigga. Shut your ass up with the bullshit, whining, and fucking victim shit. What the whites have done to me? Nigga, whites ain't did shit to you, nigga. Yo, bitch ass up with that bullshit. With the whites of the nigga, get off your ass and do something. Whites ain't holding you back. You holding your ass back with that whites bullshit. Whites are affecting everything. Illegal immigrants have never affected. Nigga, you don't know nothing about that. Do you know anything about illegal immigrants and how they affect the goddamn country? I promise you don't know shit. Go pull up a paper. Because Obama believed the shit. Obama believed the shit. You want to know? let me show you. Since whites ain't never done anything, since the legal immigrants ain't never done nothing, and everybody else is crazy. Everybody else is crazy, huh? Okay, here we go. Tell that to this nigga who was the original nigga on illegal immigration. Actually, not that one. Actually, I will show this one. We can show that one. Check this out. Ooh. Oh, yeah, saw it from the jump. Here we go. Damn it.
There are those in the immigrants' rights community who have argued passionately that we should simply provide those who are illegally with legal status, or at least ignore the laws on the books and put an end to deportation until we have better laws. And often this argument is framed in moral terms. Why should we punish people who are just trying to earn a living? I recognize the sense of compassion that drives this argument, but I believe such an indiscriminate approach would be both unwise and unfair. It would suggest to those thinking about coming here illegally that there will be no repercussions for such a decision. And this could lead to a surge in more illegal immigration. And it would also ignore the millions of people around the world who are waiting in line to come here legally. Ultimately, our nation, like all nations, has the right and obligation to control its borders and set laws for residency and citizenship. And no matter how decent they are, no matter their reasons, the 11 million who broke these laws should be held accountable.
Oh, really? I think you know a little bit more about this than you. I just think he may know a little bit more about this than you do. And even this nigga said, illegal immigration, nah, we ain't having that. We're not doing that. Now, you can sit up here and act like they don't affect you personally all you want. But the science, the research shows they absolutely do affect American jobs. Straight up. I just told you about 20,000 truck drivers who don't have jobs in America because of the commercial driver's licenses out of California that they're issuing to illegal immigrants. But you just brushed right over that shit, huh? Or the illegal immigrants that came over here and killed those sisters. What about those? Yeah, they only showed the white people on. They only show the white people. But illegal immigrants have killed a bunch of sisters since they came over here. The one 19-year-old girl that they invited to the van, the dude, he basically he forced her to come to the van and then killed her. 19-year-old student, honor student, beautiful girl. The little girl the little 12-year-old girl that they fucking blew her to the van. They made her come to the van, and nigga was in the van with her. Yeah, you don't know about all the sisters that have been taken out by these illegal immigrants. Why don't you go do some research on that? You said talk about what they not doing. All right. So there's the other thing that's going on with the illegal immigrants, though, because it's organized. Everybody think this is some fake stuff, but this is anarchy on purpose. To show you, check this out. This is anarchy on purpose. So watch this. This is James O'Keefe. He infiltrated the mob to show you how these niggas ain't peaceful. This is all anarchy that's been drummed up because they want to implement some type of martial law system on you. Now, Trump will try to act. So they came out and said, are you going to implement the Insurrection Act, which is martial law? And so he's acting like, I really don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. Now, let me say this. They could have come in, they could have smashed, and he didn't do it this week. He could have did it because they were really smashing out. And watch how crazy these people were getting.
Downtown Minneapolis, the day before the shooting of Alex Preddy, they were still protesting Renee Good. The O'Keefe team rolled into town in an SUV with tinted windows. They could not see inside. And what's remarkable is they start cursing at your car merely because it is an SUV, which they all perceive to be feds.
Is the door locked?
Lock the door. Why are you giving us the middle finger?
Here comes the guy. Don't loan. Do not.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
No, don't. Don't. See?
Just don't hit anybody, okay? Usually I'm pretty confrontational, but we soon realize the only way to deal with these types of White Walkers, or zombies as we call them, is to just not engage. Roll up your window. Roll up your window now. Anything else would lead to escalation and violence. It's safe to say that I've never seen anything like this in my life. Just driving down a street will have people scream to you and curse at you and threaten violence. In fact, independent journalist Cam Higbee was nearby and texted me at this time, telling me that trucks, Tahoes, Suburbans, SUVs are an absolute no-go. He advised us to get a Subaru or other mom car or Honda.
You can't even drive a goddamn truck, Tahoe, or Suburban or SUV in Minnesota because they think your ass is a goddamn fed. And they're going to harass you, beat up, jump on your car, beat on your car. This is crazy. This is fucking insane.
Monday, as he said, he mentioned they would bank our license plate. Our undercover people arrived at the tail end of the protest that evening, including myself.
Watchdog, how you doing? What's going on? It's Jay O'Connell, Watchdog. My fiance is a teacher.
Is she? What's she teach? What's she teach?
Special needs.
We heard chants of ice out and fuck ice. Hopefully the audience will forgive this reporter for participating.
These are people who have no spiritual grounding, no purpose in life. So they're always reaching out and grasping for shit to find. What can I find to bring purpose to my life? I need purpose in my life because the world we're in separates them, disconnects you from the source. It only wants to drain your life, your energy. It doesn't want you to connect to the source and find out your true potential. So people are suffering out here from not understanding who they truly are within this universe and what their purpose is. So they have to grasp at something. I need to feel something. I need to feel like I'm doing something. And this is what you get when you disconnect this many people from spirituality and give them a foundation of debauchery and drugs and sex and politics. Politics has become religion. It is the new spirituality. They replaced it. So this is what you get when politics becomes your religion.
In these chants in order to fit in. We found teachers, nurses, and union organizers all telling us, we appreciate you, neighbor.
Appreciate you, neighbor. Appreciate you, neighbor. A guy came by before and he stopped here with a bunch of young kids and they handed out weed to everybody. Really? Yeah. It was so cool. I gave all mine away, all but a little bit because I wanted to at least try it. You got anything better than weed? Well, are you a paid agitator?
While probably many of you might think this is all due to some specific centralized funding source, what we found is a hodgepodge of various NGOs and nonprofits loosely tied together through ideology, funded in part by the government, featuring 501c3.
Those nonprofits are funded by that dude I was talking about, Neville Singham, who lives in China. It's the China dude who's funding all these nonprofits.
With nonprofit tax returns, a variety of funding sources. But most of these people we found were actually true believers, there to live and die by their cause. This woman, featured on a hidden camera, is Peggy Wang. Based in Boston, she works at Massachusetts College of Art and Design, active in the Massachusetts Teachers Association. She participates in pro-Palestinian protests, and her job is currently being threatened for doing so. While this footage is hard to hear, Peggy Wang lists the issues that her organization gets involved in: immigration rights, abolishing ICE, stopping raids and deportations, justice for victims, and getting ICE out of cities like Minneapolis.
Yo, mods, don't, if he not being disrespectful, he can have an adverse opinion. I don't care about that. He can have an adverse opinion as long as he not being disrespectful. Don't block him. Say MAGA. You a dumb motherfucker, aren't you? Naga. Oh, Naga. I thought you said MAGA. I was like, did you call me MAGA? My bad. I pull that back. My bad. I won't block you in here unless you're being disrespectful. That's the only time I block somebody, because I ain't emotional. I don't give a shit what people think about me. But and I don't care what you think, but you know, really your opinions are for everybody. You know, your opinion is not going to affect my opinion. So I don't really trip. You can leave your opinion, you can leave your opinion all damn day. As long as you're not disrespectful.
Is this a party? Independent Socialist Group.
This other protester we secretly recorded talks about an organization called Make the Road New York. We've never heard of this organization, but apparently they have a budget of $30 million. They talk about one of the speakers that spoke earlier.
Look at that. So this is funded. This is, or he says not organized, but it is organized. You got a nonprofit of $30 million funding funding the goddamn protest. That's just one. So you see the fuckery that's going on, and it's all engineered. They want you to get all crazy and hyped up. But melanated people like, fuck that, bitch. we not in this shit, bitch. Don't be calling on us, motherfucker. We not getting involved in none of that shit. So hey. They said we not getting involved in none of that shit. Because they always try to bring melanated people in. They need us for the energy. Melanated people are the energy, the battery pack for these movements. They know that. The Caucasians carry out, you know, the fuckery and the debauchery, but the melanated people, we're the emotion. We're the emotion behind it. They need us for the emotion. And melanated people like, no. That's not happening today, bro. So moving along. Oops. Where'd it go? So then there's a report that came out that how Israel, I talked about this last week. Israel is training ICE. Now this may be why the tactics with ICE are a little over the top, because they're getting trained by the Khazarians.
American citizens, and they now, especially ICE, when they're driving around in unmarked cars with masks on, because you know that's the guys on the right side of history always do that. Well, here APAC Tracker tweets out this video by Prem Thacker, and why does ICE look more and more like the Israeli military lately? Why does ICE?
I've been saying that they look like the Israeli military, the way they're handling things.
Yes.
A lot of shooting of American citizens, you know.
ICE is so. Let's this guy Prem Thacker, he has an idea why. Let's listen.
Why is the U.S. and ICE behaving so much like Israel and its military? As Trump's masked agents terrorize neighborhoods all across the U.S., it's hard not to see the parallels. The violence, the in-your-face lies, the slandering of their victims, and the self-victimization of themselves.
All right, bro. You ain't gonna keep talking shit in the chat. They will kick your ass out for talking shit. I am an energy person. So if you're gonna keep talking shit in the chat, yeah, they're gonna kick you out. That ain't what this is for, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. Ain't nobody polarized over here. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Once you sit back and watch shit before you start running your mouth, you one of them people. You get two pieces of information and you think you know some shit. You don't know damn thing. You don't know what you're talking about. You obviously don't know me if you think I'm polarized and I'm for any of this shit. You damn sure don't know who the fuck you talking about. With me, you damn sure don't know me. I promise you, I'm way up. I'm far away from this shit, way more than you. I guarantee you that shit. Promise you that shit. So sit your ass back though and learn some shit, because you are in the system. And it does affect you, whether you think so or not. So whether you want to sit back and act like it's all marginalized and it doesn't affect you, your ass had to go out here in the goddamn mask, though, didn't you? You had to take your ass out when there's a mask all around. You had to separate six feet, didn't you? When they told your ass that. So don't sit up here and act like I ain't on neither side, like you're not affected by any of this shit when you are. So stop acting like you holier than thou, nigga. Yo, Conceptual Elixirs, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. You brought us to. We're at 190 for the day, everybody. 190 for the donations. Thank you, everybody, for the donations. Appreciate you. So watch this. This is the idea.
Take the murder of Renee Nicole Good. The administration is demanding that you believe something that's completely different from what you can see with your own two eyes. They accuse her of
terrorism
and say that she
weaponized her vehicle
and that she was stalking agents who then feared for their lives. ICE is behaving how Israel does every time they kill a Palestinian child.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Let me go back.
Throughout those 2,000 ICE agents, specifically 121 of them, right, had experience as an ex-IDF soldier, if you will.
You know, we've said this on the show. Whatever we do to people overseas, we're going to eventually do to our own people. And we see that as the police now look like they're in a war zone. Every time they go out, they look like they're going door to door in Fallujah. They look like they're in Afghanistan fighting the Taliban, but they're actually supposed to be serving American citizens. And they now, especially ICE, when they're driving around in unmarked cars with masks on, because, you know, that's the guys on the right side of history always do that. Well, here, APAC Tracker tweets out this video by Prem Thacker. And why does ICE look more and more like the Israeli military lately? Why does ICE...
I've been saying that. They look like the Israeli military, the way they're handling things.
Yes.
A lot of shooting of American citizens, you know?
ICE is... So let's... this guy, Prem Thacker, he has an idea why. Let's listen.
Why is the U.S. and ICE behaving so much like Israel and its military? As Trump's masked agents terrorize neighborhoods all across the U.S., it's hard not to see parallels.
You can send it through CashApp. I think CashApp accepts Bitcoin if you want to do that. But I don't have Bitcoin a wallet myself, but CashApp accepts Bitcoin. So appreciate you.
The violence, the in-your-face lies, the slandering of their victims, and the self-victimization of themselves. Take the murder of Renee Nicole Good. The administration is demanding that you believe something that's completely different from what you can see with your own two eyes. They accuse her of
terrorism
and say that she
weaponized her vehicle
and that she was stalking agents who then feared for their lives. ICE is behaving how Israel does every time they kill a Palestinian child, doctor, journalist, or parent. We describe it simply. Every accusation is a confession. Everything ICE has done before and after killing Renee Good make the parallels almost too hard to ignore. For one, both the Israeli army and ICE are unimaginably violent, often unprovoked. Both have an act for ramming people's cars or pulling people out of them, brutally arresting and assaulting common people as if they're dangerous threats, and blocking doctors or ambulances from reaching their victims. Both also act as completely unaccountable occupying forces. In Palestine, Israeli soldiers oversee a vicious apartheid system.
Yo, Sam Stone, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. This RIP. Oh yeah, Lamont. That's right, Lamont. We just got Lamont just checked out. You big dummy in the sky. He up there with Fred Sanford now and Elizabeth. Shout out to Big Dummy. Appreciate you, bro. Gave us a lot of laughs. But thank you for the super chat, bro. We're at 200 for the day, everybody. $200 for the day on the super chats or the donation goal. Keep it going. We got a $300 goal, everybody. You know how we go. You know what the goal is, baby. You know what the goal is, man. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's get back.
In the U.S., masked agents demand people's papers, beat up kids at Target, and march around towns as if they're scoping out another country for the U.S. to attack. And that's
I forgot really quick, everybody. I'll be forgetting all my tools in here. Everybody who hit the donation button, got to give you an applause. Everybody who's send a donation today again. Thank you, guys. And then also,
may the force be with you.
Thank you, guys.
And there's the rhetoric. In addition to smearing victims as terrorists, they both build pretexts to justify even more violence, even against kids. Both, after acting in a way that causes any normal person to be outraged, then howl that they're the ones with the right to defend themselves.
That guy acted in self-defense.
Both use propaganda videos to not just lie, but completely reframe reality.
ICE agents and CBP officers that are out on our streets doing God's work live in these communities.
And both are pouring millions into influencing you and keeping the violence coming. And finally, there's the links between U.S. and Israeli agencies, security partnerships and cooperation agreements, synergy and admiration between their border walls, sharing the same weapons and surveillance suppliers. There's even an ICE office in Tel Aviv. It's all so similar for a reason.
An ICE office in Tel Aviv. So ICE is going to be the new police force that they use against you. They're using ICE in the Olympics for security. When the Olympics comes to America, they're using ICE as the police. ICE just got $175 billion for the next 3 years. For the next 3 goddamn years. And it hasn't even been allocated yet. It's starting to be kicked out this year. So ICE is crazy. ICE is going to be the new shit. And this is why you need to get your asses. You need to get up, start learning this damn law. And told y'all, man. Let me see if I can. This is what we're coming out with. We're going to get the ICE rights card. We haven't put it up. We haven't put it up on the website yet, but this is what we got out here. The ICE rights card. You're gonna have to know your rights, everybody. I know you're sitting back, you're waiting, you're holding out. I know a lot of you are holding out, like, nah, I don't really need to learn. Yes, you do. In this new damn era that's coming, this new age, you have to know your rights. The people who are going to succeed in the new world that they're trying to create right now is the people who understand the environment they're in, who knows the nuances, who knows the back streets, who knows, hey, don't take the highway at 5 p.m. during rush hour. You might want to go off a Crescent and take the back street Crescent off of. You have to know your environment to take advantage of it. So learning your rights is just one part of it. Learning the government is another part. Different many little moving parts to this thing you're going to have to learn. Learning your rights, though, is the first thing. Because if you can't assert your rights, you have none. And that's just the fact of the matter. If you can't assert your rights, aren't everybody just holds your rights as sacred as you do. Are you crazy? No. Why the hell would I give a shit about your rights more than you? Fuck out of here. Even police officers, officials, all of that. They don't want to. It sounds nice on paper that they protect your rights and all that shit. Fuck out of here. Like, nigga, I took an oath to do what? Protect. Nigga, you don't get the fuck out of here. Right now, they ain't about to do none of that shit. You have to make them adhere to the law. If you don't, that's your ass. So IDF out here smashing on people. It's going to be the new ones. And then a couple of last things. So the TikTok, I got to show y'all the TikTok. Moving along. Oh, my bad. The last story. The last two stories. So Trump pulled us out of the WHO. So he did that about a year ago. Well, he said he was going to do it a year ago. But what happens is it takes a year. They have to give them a year notice. It takes a year notice. So you have to give them a year advance notice before you pull out of the WHO. And so now we're at that year. He did the executive order a year ago. Now he's pulling out. Now the last straw is he has to, whoever pulls out of the WHO, they have to pay the amount of money they were supposed to pay while they were a member. Now, being that America was the biggest member, America was supposed to pay $225 million. This is what they owe to the WHO. And Trump was like, y'all better EAD, bitch. Trump said, nigga, you better kick rocks, bitch. 225 million ball gargles, nigga. I give you 225 million D's nuts. That's what you're gonna get.
Signaling his intention for the U.S.
So check it out.
1 year ago this week, President Trump signed an executive order signaling his intention for the U.S. to leave the World Health Organization. Today marks the withdrawal date outlined in that order, but the split is complicated. There are two requirements for countries to leave the organization. The first is 1 year's advance notice, which President Trump did. The other is a little trickier, a requirement for the leaving country to pay all of the dues it owes the WHO. The U.S. There are two requirements for countries to leave the organization. The first is giving 1 year's advance notice, which President Trump did. The other is a little trickier, a requirement for the leaving country to pay all of the dues it owes the WHO. The U.S. currently owes at least $260 million for 2024 through 2025. And in a statement to Reuters today, a State Department spokesperson said U.S. officials have no intention of paying those. The WHO has yet to officially acknowledge the U.S. is leaving.
Trump said, kick rocks, bitch. EAD, bitch. Pay what? Nigga, you better get the fuck out of my face, bitch. Ain't paying you a goddamn red nickel, motherfucker. Hey, I'm with it, Trump. See? Trump do some good shit. If he wasn't attached, if his mouth was not attached to Khazarian balls, that nigga would be really doing some shit for America, honestly. Other than, you know, all the other shit. Well, even the Venezuela, all the rest of all the fucked up shit he's doing is actually attached to Khazaria. Honestly, attacking Iran, attacking Venezuela, all of this stuff is really Khazaria. Epstein files, All of this stuff is Khazaria. So if he wasn't attached to that, he'd be doing some mad shit because he just pulled us out of the WHO, which means no more crack scene mandates. Or does it?
And insist that member states will have to determine the country's status with the organization going forward. Dr. Judd Walson joins me now. He's an infectious disease physician and epidemiologist who works to improve child survival, growth, and development in low and middle income settings. Doctor, thank you for being with us. Would a U.S. withdrawal from the World Health Organization be unprecedented, and what would the effect be for global disease monitoring?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. No, this is not unprecedented. So after World War II, both the United Nations and the World Health Organization were established, and those harbored in an era of unprecedented peace around the world and allowed us to, through these multilateral organizations such as the WHO, really help control the spread of disease and help countries to prioritize and address health concerns all around the world. In 1949, shortly after they were established, the USSR at the time and several other Eastern Bloc countries left and withdrew from the WHO. And at that time, the US actually took a step forward and became a very dominant force within the organization, which remained until last year when we signaled.
Dominant, they controlled it at the hands of the Khazarians. Again, the Khazarians don't get their hands dirty. They use the goyim, the slave, really what they call the non-Jewish person, but it's the slave, right? So there's always a front man for the Khazarian. They always need the fall guy. America's the fall guy for the Khazarian, for New Khazarian. So it took it over for Khazarians, and with and it's also the bank for New Khazaria. Whatever New Khazaria needs, America pays for.
Our withdrawal. And as part of that, those efforts, we were able to be at the table for a lot of very important discussions about prioritizing health around the world. Those countries, USSR and other countries, reinitiated their involvement with the WHO 7 years after they left. And since that time, there certainly have been many, many other ups and downs with our relationship as the US with WHO, at times where our contributions have gone up and down and there's been disagreements. But this withdrawal for the
Yo, Jeffrey Hicks, thank you for the cash out, brother. Appreciate you. We're at 210 for the day. 210 for the day on the goal. We got a $300 goal, everybody. You know how it goes. Appreciate you, though. Everything, baby.
And I think it really is something new and concerning for all of us.
Which areas of the WHO would be specifically impacted?
All areas of the WHO will be impacted. So part of that is because of
See? If America pulls out, the WHO is fucked. You see how this goes? If America, it shouldn't be that way. If one company or country pulls out of the WHO, why should the whole thing tumble? If one country pulls out, that shouldn't be that way, unless that country is the WHO, allegedly.
The financial commitments, the United States was a major contributor to the World Health Organization. And as the WHO has tried to address this, two important phenomena have happened. One is they've had to downsize considerably, meaning that there are less resources available to support countries around the world with technical assistance. There's less resources for data monitoring for potential threats such as pandemics, emerging disease threats. There's less resources for helping to support supply chains. All of those direct impacts of the financial consequences of our withdrawal are real. And there are many other impacts as well that we will see. As countries no longer have access to support their health systems, we are starting to see them disintegrate. That coupled with some of the other harms that have been incurred because of the collapse of USAID and other foreign aid are having lasting and real impacts right now. I'm currently speaking to you from Kenya, and across Africa, we are seeing those impacts in very real terms right
now. So now they're gonna pull the Africans in. The Africans aren't getting health care, everybody. If America pulls out of the WHO, Africa gets no health care. So why is America supporting Africa? And it's not supporting Africa. It's the crack scenes. See, when they call healthcare is access to crack scene. From who? The Bill Gates Gavi, the Gavi project or whatever. GAVI is the Bill Gates that goes and puts crack scenes in all the different countries. The third world countries. So that's really what he means when he says health access to healthcare. You mean the crack scenes that you're trying to force on people around the world, allegedly.
Now, there's an estimated over 750,000 excess deaths that will occur this year because of these changes, most of those in children.
Well, Dr. Judd Walson, we appreciate you joining us on an important topic, particularly at this late hour where you are. Thank you.
So, with that, America pulls out of the WHO, right? America pulls out of the World Health Organization. And of course, this is going to be fine, right? There's going to be no alarm, no backlash, nothing from that, right? Everything's all good, right? All good. Well, hold on, Pimple Stilskin. Soon as America pulls out of the WHO, funny thing happened. A funny thing happened. We got word of a new Boogie V, a new dangerous V on the market called the NIPAH, NIPAH V. And apparently, it's incurable. And there's a fear of a global outbreak. Holy shit, guys. The day after America, 2 days after America pulls out of the WHO, holy shit, the NIPAH is coming to nip at us. What up, Nipsey? The Nipsey virus. We got the Nipsey. We got the Nipsey hustle. They done pulled the Nipsey hustle on us, y'all, right at the last minute. Like, oh, hold up. Hey, you go. Don't leave. Hold up, baby. You didn't see the Nipsey hustle V we got in the back? The monster V we got in the back? Yeah, we called it the Nipsey hustle. Like, what? Nah, nigga, I'm out. America's like, nah, nigga, deuces. I'm out. I'm out. Hold on. Wait. Like, nigga, we're out of here, bitch. Fuck you. Then 2 days later, apparently, so let's see what's going on with this NIPAH, this Nipsey hustle. So check this out. Oops. Can I do this? Damn it. Will it not play? Hold on. This thing won't play. Hold on. There it is. All right. Here we go. So this is a small excerpt, and then I'll give you another doctor who's doing a bigger breakdown on it. So check it out.
Virus are confirmed in India. Nearly 200 people are in quarantine. When health authorities start talking about a virus with a fatality rate as high as Nipah, it does get attention, but context is what matters. Here's a clear update on the Nipah virus cases being reported in India. Health officials have confirmed there are a small cluster of cases with close contacts identified, tested, and have been placed under quarantine. At this time, public health agencies report no evidence of sustained community transmission, and containment measures are actively in place. Nipah virus is a zoonotic infection, meaning it typically spreads from animals.
Oh, guess where it came from, guys? Guess where it came from again? You know where it came from? There we go. I was like, who knew that? Bam. Yep. Yep. How funny that the two, well, it didn't come from China. Well, it didn't come out of China. It came out of India this time. They knew they couldn't pull the same China bullshit. Nobody was falling for that. The Wu-Tang from the Wu-Tang lab. Shout out to Wu Teezy. Shout out to Wu Teezy. They knew. Shout out to the Wu-Tang. Make sure you get your hookup, your 2 shirts and your 5 flashcards only today and tomorrow. If you order the Great Book of Melanin Research before I go to the post office on Monday. So if you want the deal, hook it up. But bam, not the Wu-Tang, not out of the Wu-Tang. They couldn't do another one out of the Wu-Tang lab. So this is a new one.
To humans. The primary reservoir is fruit bats, and in some outbreaks, pigs have acted as intermediate hosts. Human-to-human transmission can occur. At this time, public health agencies report no evidence of sustained community transmission, and containment measures are actively in place. Nipah virus is a zoonotic infection, meaning it typically spreads from animals to humans. The primary reservoir is fruit bats, and in some outbreaks, pigs have acted as intermediate hosts. Human-to-human transmission can occur, but it usually requires close contact with bodily fluids, most often in caregiving or healthcare settings. After exposure, symptoms typically appear within 1 to 2 weeks, though longer incubation periods have been reported. reported. Early symptoms are often nonspecific and can include fever, headache, muscle aches, sore throat, cough, or breathing difficulty. In some cases, the infection can progress to encephalitis or inflammation of the brain, which leads to confusion, seizures, and rapid neurological decline. So should people be worried right now? At this stage, reports describe a limited number of cases with aggressive containment, which is exactly how outbreak.
It's just another name for some whatever V they come out with that they ramp up through what they call what's that shit though when they ramp up a virus. Damn, I forgot the damn name of it. But when they ramp up a virus, that's usually they'll throw super flu on it because it's gonna make you super sick. It's gonna make you allegedly. Again, we don't have any evidence that they're doing this. YouTube, but allegedly, it's supposed to make you extra sick. It's built off of the flu. Most of these V's that are allegedly created are built off the flu. So there's just a ramp up of it, which is why they call it the super flu.
Outbreaks like this are managed.
Allegedly.
That draws close monitoring, not because it's spreading widely, but also because it can be severe, has a high reported fatality rate, and there's currently no licensed vaccine or specific antiviral treatment, making early detection and isolation critical. This isn't a reason to panic. It is a reason to stay informed and let public health response do its job. Let me know your thoughts in the comments and follow them for your health.
So that's one report. So now let's let the sister tell us about Nipah virus. Let's see if she comes through with the Nipsey Hussle. She has it's a little nicer coming from her, I think. Just saying. You guys let me know if it's a little nicer coming from her. Just saying.
How dangerous it is, what the symptoms are. In this video,
hold on, let me turn it down a little bit. We're
talking about Nipah virus. We're talking about how dangerous it is, what the symptoms are of the disease, what the treatments are. You don't want to go anywhere for that. How it's transmitted and so much more. Guys, I'm Dr. Jen. It's good to see you. Now, the Nipah virus causes disease that can spread between animals and people. So we think of it as a zoonotic disease. It's actually carried by fruit bats. Okay. Now, what I think is interesting, one of the interesting things about this virus is that it was discovered in 1999. That's not long ago. It was discovered after an outbreak in pigs and people in Malaysia and Singapore. During that outbreak, it was like 300 people got sick. More than 100 of those died. Okay. In that outbreak, bats had spread the virus to pigs.
Shawnee, thank you for the super chat. For the Cash App. We're up to 220 on the donations, everybody. Thank you, guys. Keep it coming for the $300 goal, everybody. Appreciate you.
People who worked closely with the pigs got sick as well. So you can kind of tell by that outbreak, 300 got it or so, 100 died. You can see how dangerous and potentially deadly this is. It's very dangerous, very potentially deadly. Now, in terms of who is at risk, it's important to know that Nipah virus outbreaks have only been reported in Bangladesh, India, Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore. Those are the only places that outbreaks have been reported. But the fruit bats that carry the Nipah virus are found throughout Asia, throughout the South Pacific, and Australia as well.
So why did they issue a warning for the United States? So I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Go watch Dr. Jen. She's cute and she's cool. She breaks off a lot of stuff. It's always nice. Information is always better when it's coming from somebody cute, ain't it? When somebody cute telling you, it's always a lot better when it's coming from somebody who's aesthetically pleasing. So, again, they scared the shit out of Americans. Told us, yo, I think my computer's running out of battery power, guys. My computer may be running out of battery, so I think I'm on a delay. As I can see right now, I'm on a delay. So we're gonna keep going until the computer run out. It's down to the last little red spot. I don't know. I guess my double screen is taking up a lot of energy for the thing today. So let me hold on. So moving along. Hold on. Uh-oh, where did my story go? Where's my story? All right, there it is. So Kanyeezy. Oh, my bad, real quick. Oh, so TikTok. That's actually my next story. So TikTok has been messed off this week. TikTok has been destroyed, but there's a new app that people are going to. So check this out, though.
In the IDF, and they put them into the moderation team.
Well, it's been 1 week since Larry Ellison, ultra-Zionist, one of the largest donors to the IDF, has taken over TikTok. The U.S. government, under Joe Biden, signed a law that basically forced TikTok to carve out the U.S. audience and sell it so that the Chinese couldn't control it. TikTok was developed by ByteDance, a Chinese company. The U.S. government said, well, that's a national security threat. We don't want the Chinese owning the largest social media platform on earth and influencing our young children. And so Joe Biden signed into law that TikTok had to sell the U.S. portion of it. That
so real
then,
quick.
Then Donald Trump came into office. He allowed the sale to happen to.
Yo, Mass Man, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat or the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App, brother. We're up to 235 today. 235 on the donations. Thank you, guys.
One of the biggest supporters of Israel, Larry Ellison. And now it's all been said and done. And TikTok, it's official. There is a TikTok US version run by an entirely different CEO, owned by Larry Ellison and others like him. And US users are reporting lots and lots of censorship. Let me just show you some of that censorship. One thing that people noticed was the word that they couldn't even private message Epstein. The word Epstein to people.
So my shit is messing up, guys. Hold up. Come on, computer. All right, hold up. Hold on 1 second. My computer is running out of power, y'all. So let me oh, and there it went. God damn. Yo, am I still on? My computer went out for a second. Am I still on? The computer went down for a minute. Did it disconnect me? Yo. Oh, loud and clear? Okay, perfect. All right. So I had to disconnect my I had to disconnect the screen. So let's play it.
Message Epstein. This is the message that popped up. This message may be in violation of our community guidelines and has not been sent to protect our community. If you believe this is a mistake, let us know so we can review this along with recent messages. This is just a private message. You can't even talk to your
I got to go back a little bit because the computer was messing up, so you guys didn't hear.
TikTok was developed by ByteDance, a Chinese company. The U.S. government said, well, that's a national security threat. We don't want the Chinese owning the largest social media platform on earth and influencing our young children. And so Joe Biden signed into law that TikTok had to sell the U.S. portion of it. That has then Donald Trump came into office. He allowed the sale to happen to one of the biggest supporters of Israel, Larry Ellison. And now it's all been said and done. And TikTok, it's official. There is a TikTok U.S. version run by an entirely different CEO, owned by Larry Ellison and others like him. And U.S. users are reporting lots and lots of censorship. Let me just show you some of that censorship. One thing that people noticed was that they couldn't even private message Epstein, the word Epstein to people. If you private message Epstein, this is the message that popped up. This message may be in violation of our community guidelines and has not been sent to protect our community. If you believe this was a mistake, let us know so we can review this along with recent messages. This is just a private message. You can't even talk to your friends on TikTok about Epstein with the population. And now the US has a special version of TikTok that no one else in the world has. The rest of the world has the main version of TikTok, and us in the US get this special censored version. And that's how we defeated China. It's amazing that under Chinese control, we had more freedom of speech on TikTok than we do now. Here's another one. This comment was removed. Somebody put a comment saying free Palestine. That was removed on TikTok. Also, if you say free Luigi, Luigi Mangione, that was also removed. Ben & Jerry's, this was like a video, and this content was removed. So Ben & Jerry's even being, and they're very pro-Palestine, also being censored. This woman, she's a Palestinian journalist. She had, I believe, 1.4 million followers on TikTok, and she was permanently banned. Now, they have since restored her account, but this is what was going on. This had been going on for days. I mean, suddenly Larry Ellison gets control of TikTok, and they want to go and they want to censor as much speech as they possibly can. Here's Guy Christensen saying that he posted all these videos, and he has hundreds of thousands of followers. We're about ready to talk to Guy here in just a second. He's going to be on the show. And he made all these videos and they have 0 views. You can see 0 views. So even if you weren't being banned, they were still allowing your content on the platform. They just made sure no one saw it. So that's what we call shadow banning. Some people say shadow banning is a conspiracy theory. Well, conspiracy theory proven to just be a conspiracy and not a theory. And that's what's happened to Guy Christensen here. Let me just show you. This is the new TikTok CEO. His name is Adam Presser. Previously, he was the head of operations of trust and safety for TikTok. He's now been elevated to CEO of TikTok. But this was him about a year ago talking to the this is some sort of a Jewish organization. I don't think it's like the World Jewish. Yeah, okay, he was talking at the World Jewish Congress. And this is what he had to say about what they were doing on TikTok. Now, remember, he's now CEO, so this is even amped up more. Watch this.
We made a change to designate the use of the term Zionist as a proxy for a protected attribute as hate speech. So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course, you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist. But if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against. Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity.
Oh, okay. So now you can't say, and this is when, TikTok people were being censored when he was the head of operations of trust and safety. And because we could trust him, here he is saying you can't even say Zionist. You can't call somebody a Zionist if they are a Zionist. You can only say if you're a proud Zionist, but you can't say somebody's a Zionist in a derogatory way, even though many of us view it as a very derogatory thing to be. You're not allowed to do that. And oh, guess what? We banned 3 times the number of accounts. Look at how great we are because they were spewing hate speech, particularly anti-Semitism, which anything that is against the state of Israel has been labeled as anti-Semitism. And now this guy's the CEO. So this is causing a mass exodus on TikTok. People are realizing we're no longer safe here, at least not in the United States. And it's a bummer for U.S. audiences because TikTok is the biggest social media platform in the world. U.S. audiences are unable to basically participate in this because our government keeps us free because we're a free people. Something along those lines. Well, now there's a mass exodus. People are just not having it, and they are deleting their accounts. Many users are deleting their accounts, and they're moving to a new platform called Upscrolled. And I will just say, for us here on the Kim Iverson Show, our TikTok following was never growing. I don't really promote TikTok much. It's a very young audience, typically Gen Z, and so I had a very modest TikTok following, very little. But over the course of 24 hours, I believe.
So Upscroll, something's going on. My camera is not working for some reason. My camera's off, guys. God damn. Hold up. So because my I know you guys can still hear me, but because my computer's running out, the camera doesn't have any power. Apparently. Because my camera doesn't have any power right now. Hold on. God damn, this thing takes a lot of energy. Sheesh. All right, hold up. You can still hear? Okay. Hold on, let me see if the camera's coming back. Nope, doesn't have enough power to run the camera. Sorry. Oh, I'm back. There we go. I'm back. I'm back. There we go. All right. So that's the new app is called Upscrolled. The new app is called Upscrolled. So this dude actually does this dude does a breakdown of what the new app is. So make sure y'all go and get on this app because again, where is it? All right, here we go. Oops. Check it out.
Users are fleeing from TikTok because of the new U.S. ownership under the staunch pro-Israel Zionist Larry Ellison. And Upscrolled is now the #1 trending app in the App Store. Upscrolled daily U.S. TikTok installs rose nearly 150% in 5 days after its January 2026 shift to a $14 billion U.S. joint venture backed by Oracle's Larry Ellison. So Upscrolled basically, and they plan to roll out a lot of very new features soon. It's owned by Palestinian-Australian developer Sam Hijazi after losing family in Gaza. Saw downloads jumped 2,850% to 41,000 in 3 days, hitting 1 million users amid praise from influencers. But criticism over location tags, like occupied territories of Palestine, if you try to put in Israel as a location. So here's what I'm going to say honestly. I talked to some of the people, at Upscrolled. It's like a super small team, guys. There's just a few developers, and right now they haven't slept in a few days trying to optimize the app to actually be able to handle the influx of everybody. And I want to tell you guys exactly what I said first and foremost, because I know what you guys are thinking. Okay, well, are they just going to now favor content that's pro-Palestine? Are they not going to shed anything that's criticism of Palestine, criticism of Palestinians? I'm a full free speech advocate, like through and through. I'm not going to spend my entire YouTube channel criticizing Israel and criticizing the Israeli mob for censoring if I felt like I wanted to take power and do the exact same thing. Immediately, I was put in a signal chat by a few people, Guy Christensen and somebody on social media heavily advocating for it. First thing I said was no removal for anything that counts as misinformation. I said fully go the community note method, which is what X is doing, which I think is really effective. Just adding community notes at the bottom of anything, because ultimately it's 2026. Nobody trusts fact checkers. Nobody trusts fact checkers. I don't want to know that something has been fact checked.
So basically, it's a Palestinian app that they just created. It got 1 million downloads in like 2 days. Crazy. After Epstein, after you couldn't type Epstein into TikTok, that day, I think it had almost 1 million subscribers that day. They was like, fuck this shit, bitch. So I'm already there, kid. I'm already there. Now, it's upscrolled with an ED at the end of the 2 L's. Upscrolled. So that's going to be the new joint. I'm detecting proud, strong Zionist energy. Not on the upscroll. He not a Zionist. This dude is Palestinian. And this guy right here, Wally Rashid, and you guys should watch Wally. He be killing Khazaria. Like, he's one of the biggest voices against New Khazaria on the internet. So you guys should subscribe to Wally Rashid, because he actually does about 6 videos a day smashing on Israel because he's Palestinian. So but his information is good though. It's not like he's lying. None of his information is lying. So yo, Gail Lowe, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you. We're at I think we're at 235 for the day. I say 235 for the day. Thank you guys. All right. So Upscrolled. You guys now you know, go get Upscrolled. It's Palestinian owned, apparently. Hold on. Palestinian owned. Uh-oh. What happened to my real Nagas? Did it mess me up? Hold on, let me see. Oh, I guess it can't do it. I don't have enough power. Yeah. All right. So moving along. So Palestinian Upscroll. Now, last thing I got with the Khazarians is this Khazarian takeover is it's hard, man. It's really hard, because now your boy, we talked about this a minute ago, but now it's official. Your boy Kanye is a matzo ball gargler extraordinaire. Hold on, where is he? God damn. Here we go.
To those I've hurt by Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. 25 years ago, I was in a car accident that broke my jaw and caused injury to the right frontal lobe of my brain. At the time, the focus was on the visible damage, the fracture, the swelling, and the immediate physical trauma. The deeper injury, the one inside my skull, went unnoticed. Comprehensive scans were not done, neurological exams were limited, and the possibility of a frontal lobe injury was never raised. It wasn't properly diagnosed until 2023. That medical oversight caused serious damage to my mental health and led to my bipolar type 1 diagnosis. Bipolar disorder comes with its own defense system, denial. When you're manic, you don't think you're sick. You think everyone else is overreacting. You feel like you're seeing the world more clearly than ever, when in reality, you're losing your grip entirely. Once people label you as crazy, you feel as if you cannot contribute anything meaningful to the world. It's easy for people to joke and laugh it off, when in fact, this is a very serious debilitating disease you can die from. According to the World Health Organization and Cambridge University, people with bipolar disorder have a life expectancy that is shortened by 10 to 15 years on average.
Now, if anybody believes, or does anybody think ChatGPT wrote this goddamn letter? This don't sound nothing like Kanye. He got statistics in here on bipolarism and shit. Nigga, this is this is Yay GPT. That's what this is. This is Yay GPT who wrote this whole shit, man. Anybody can see that Kanye didn't write this. But let's continue. Oops, hold on.
And a 2 times to 3 times higher all-cause mortality rate than the general population. This is on par with severe heart disease, type 1 diabetes, HIV, and cancer, all lethal and fatal if left untreated. The scariest thing about this disorder is how persuasive it is when it tells you you don't need help. It makes you blind, but convinced you have insight. You feel powerful, certain, and unstoppable. I lost touch with reality. Things got worse the longer I ignored the problem. I said and did things I deeply regret. Some of the people I love the most, I treated the worst. You endured fear, confusion, humiliation, and the exhaustion of trying to love someone who was, at times, unrecognizable. Looking back, I became detached from my true self. In that fractured state, I gravitated toward the most destructive symbol I could find, the swastika, and even sold t-shirts bearing it. One of the difficult aspects of having bipolar type 1 are the disconnected moments, many of which I still cannot recall, that lead to poor judgment and reckless behavior that oftentimes feels like an out-of-body experience. I regret and am deeply mortified by my actions in that state, and am committed to accountability.
Dude, this is Grok GPT. This is Grok Gemini GPT. Yo, you said R.I.P. Scotty. Scotty who? Who died? Who passed? Who R.I.P. Scotty? What's Scotty? Who you talking about? Who you talking about? No! I thought that's who you was talking about, but I was like, nah, he can't be talking about Scotty. Captain, we need more power, sir. Captain, we need more power. Power. No, Scotty. They got Scotty, man. Oh, man. Tam Law, thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you. We're up to 245 on the donations today. 245. Thank you, guys. No, Scotty. Captain, we need more power. Damn it, Scotty. Oh, God damn it, man.
Treatment and
first Lamont, now Scotty. God damn, boy.
meaningful change. It does not excuse what I did, though. I am not a Nazi or an anti-Semite. I love Jewish people, to the Black community, which held me down through all the highs and lows in the darkest of times. The Black community is, unquestionably, the foundation of who I am. I am so sorry to have let you down. I love us. In early 2025, I fell into a 4-month-long manic episode of psychotic thinking and impulsive behavior that destroyed my life. As the situation became increasingly unsustainable, there were times I didn't want to be here anymore. Having bipolar disorder is not a state of constant mental illness. When you go into the manic episode, you are ill at that point. When you are not in an episode, you are completely normal. And that's when the wreckage from the illness hits the hardest. Hitting rock bottom a few months ago, my wife encouraged me to finally get help. I have found comfort in Reddit forums of all places. Different people.
Does anybody think that his wife is his handler? Nah, not at all. No. The big titted handler? Does anybody, or he's handling, he handling, but is she the handler? I know he the handler, but is she the handler? Because I know he handling, but is she the handler? Because all of a sudden his wife encouraged him. Now he got a letter that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. Just saying. Here we go.
People speak of being in manic or depressive episodes of a similar nature. I read their stories and realized that I was not alone. It's not just me who ruins their entire life once a year despite taking meds every day and being told by the so-called best doctors in the world that I am not bipolar, but merely experiencing symptoms of autism. My words as a leader in my community have real global impact and influence. In my mania, I lost complete sight of that as I find my new baseline and new center through an effective regime of medication, therapy, exercise, and clean living. I have newfound much needed clarity. I'm pouring my energy into positive, meaningful art, music, clothing, design, and other new ideas to help the world. I'm not asking for sympathy or a free pass, though I aspire to earn your forgiveness. I write today simply to ask for your patience and understanding as I find my way home. With love, Ye.
I want to start with Ye, Kanye West.
Now, let's deconstruct this. Let's go back to Dave Chappelle's recent comedy special. Now, at the end of the comedy special, Dave Chappelle said, I'm out here, I'm fighting, I'm doing my thing. However, if you'll know, if I've been compromised, if I've been captured, you'll know if I say what. You'll know I've been captured if I say I stand with Kazaria. He used another term. So, is this Kanye letting us know? Is this the Dave Chappelle? Kanye blink twice. This is the blink. You know, you ever heard that said when motherfuckers is captured? They say blink twice if you need help. Blink twice. Niggas start blinking. This nigga start flying away and shit. This nigga start blinking so much. Nigga start taking off. Is Kanye blinking? Is he flying in the air with his he flapping his eyes so damn much he flying away? He flying away. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like if we look up in the air, we may see Kanye flying, blinking his eyes. Like, holy shit, Kanye, you all right, my nigga? Because Dave Chappelle said it. He said it the best. You'll know that I've been captured when you hear the phrase, I stand with Israel. Yes. And that's what it sounds like to me. So they tried to get Candace Owens on him. Candace Owens was like, I got the baton. He passed the baton to me. Basically what I said earlier, that he feel like he can take a break now because he's passed the baton to Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. So he's like, I can step back. I can take it. I can chill now. I don't have to be I got to start it. These two don't have as much skin in the game as I got. They ain't billionaires. They ain't got as much skin in the game as I got. So I'll let them go, take the baton. And now I can be Kanye again. Not Ye. I can be Kanye once more. So that's what I believe. That's what I think we just saw is Kanye. Kanye turning back into Kanye. I don't know. Or Kanye turning into Kanye. Maybe. I don't know. You guys decide. So moving along. About to go back on another shutdown. About to go back. Snap-ageddon is coming back. There's a partial government shutdown triggered as furious Democrats hold out on the security of funds after the Alex Peretti shooting. The federal government has partially shut down after Congress failed to agree to a spending plan and a Democratic shutdown over border enforcement following last weekend's shooting in Minneapolis. So again, the Democrats, if you don't defund ICE, we're going to shut down the government. So you shut it down again. So now we're in a shutdown again, but only a partial shutdown. Not all of the services of the federal government are affected as it was last time. So it says the Senate voted late Friday to approve 5 appropriations bills and a continuing resolution funding the Department of Homeland Security for 2 weeks. So they was going to shut it down. It's only partially open for 2 more weeks. A concession to Democrats demanding immigration enforcement reforms and a brush back against Donald Trump's aggressive deportation tactics. The bill passed by a 71-29 margin with independent Bernie Sanders. The billionaires, not the millionaires, the billionaires. Bernie Sanders and 5 Republicans, Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Mike Lee, Rand Paul, and Rick Scott, joining 23 Democrats in voting no. What? Excuse me, voting no. This shutdown is set to be less complete than the record 43-day one last year. Many of the services that were wiped out during the pause or Snap-ageddon food assistance programs like farm loans, upkeep at national parks were already funded back in November. So you can rest assured, Snap people, you got your money. He funded Snap back in November, so Snap is not affected by this one. Lucky Snap people. The Department of Energy, Commerce, Department of Justice, Department of Agriculture, Interior, and Veterans Affairs, the EPA, the FDA, and military construction projects will all also stay operational. However, the Departments of Homeland Security, so they will defund Homeland Security for a couple of weeks. Departments of Homeland Security, State Treasury will be affected. Department of State. So Department of Homeland Security, Department of State, and Department of Treasury. So they can't collect taxes, basically. That don't sound too bad to me. As will federal transportation, labor, health, housing, and educational programs, along with IRS and some foreign aid. But the House must approve the new deal, and it's on recess until Monday. Guaranteeing funding will lapse at least until next week. So again, trying to put you on. Again, it's the Democrats just grandstanding. There's nothing they can do. They can't defund ICE. ICE is funded for the next 3 years. That bill's passed. That ship sailed. It's 175, bitches. 175 billion. Woo! That motherfucking ship is gone. There's nothing you can do. This is all grandstanding. So they can look good in front of their constituents and say, we did something. We fought back. We fought back. Trump's killing people in the middle of the streets. He can't do this. Even though people should have stayed at home and shouldn't go to protest violently with guns. But Trump's killing people. So partial shutdown again because they're trying to defund ICE, but they're not going to be able to defund ICE because it has already been funded for the next 3 years. There's no going back on that. You about to see about 10,000 more ICE agents on the street this year. That's crazy. You better get your ass over here and learn this goddamn law. Better learn your goddamn rights. You understand? Get your butt over here.
Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free, but it's something we can all carry with us every day. The Constitutional Rights Card is your pocket-sized reminder of the rights that protect you. It's not just a card, it's a shield against injustice. Knowing your rights is the first step in defending them. When you're armed with knowledge, you empower yourself and those around you. Imagine walking into any situation with confidence, knowing exactly what you're entitled to. This card is a tool for awareness, a way to stand firm in the face of adversity. Don't let ignorance be your downfall. Carry the Constitution and let it guide you in defending your rights. Order yours today at KYRF.org and take the first step toward true empowerment.
True empowerment, knowing your rights, knowing how to protect yourself against the government. A lot of you guys want to have hands out here for the cats on the streets, but do you have hands for the government? I do. I got hands for both. I got feet, I got knees and elbows for all of them. That's the government and anybody who wants to step up. You're getting smashed. We call it in police stop law class or in Know Your Rights Foundation, we call it legal hands. If you want the legal smoke, you have to have the legal hands. A lot of y'all have the street hands, but you don't have the legal hands. Get your butt over here and learn this goddamn law.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear. Not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Get your butt over there. Our next interview class is February 18th. So if you want to get in for the February 18th class of interviews, make sure you go sign up at KYRF.org. Fill out the questionnaire. Actually, it's in a little message. Just send us a message. We'll send you back a questionnaire. Make sure you fill it out. It's only 10 questions just to assess where you are, what you know. It's not a pass or fail. You send that back, and then we'll send you an email for an interview. All right. So this is the process. So don't just think once you send the 10 questions back that that's it. No, look for an email return from us with an interview time and date. And again, we're looking for people, self-motivated people. We need you out here. We need people to get out here and be able to take this information that we give you and give it back. Motivated, self-motivated. Okay. Don't expect us to be calling you. You coming to class this week? No, we don't do all that. We need leaders. This is the beginning of something that's going to change America, especially for the people in the community, in our community. It's going to change America. There's never been a citizen law school. This is what we created, a law school. This is a community citizen law school that we created, you guys, for free. So if you want to take advantage, get over there, KYRF.org, sign up and learn your rights. Learn how to smash on these popo when they come at you, and ICE, really. And they're trying to blend the two together. So moving along, in Skittle news, got a little bit of Skittle news. Where'd it go? Where's the Skittle news? God dang it. All right, there it is. All right, so in Skittle news, the Fruitopian mafia judge. Oh man, did I not add that? Where the? Hold on, let me see if I can find that. I gotta find the video for you guys because a Fruitopian judge, this is crazy. A Fruitopian judge basically was pissed because she had to remove Fruitopian flags from the courtroom, and she was pissed. And she thought that she had the right to to have Fruitopian flags in the classroom. Hold on, let me see if I can find the video because this is oops. Damn it, where'd it go? God dang it. What happened to what happened to the Zesties? Oh, damn. Oh, here it goes. All right. I found it. So let me show you guys. Come on, man. All right, here we go.
First opening, Judge Rosie Speedlin Gonzalez became the first openly gay judge to be elected in Bexar County. Within months of taking the bench, a complaint was made by a local defense attorney to the State Commission on Judicial Conduct about the rainbow pride flag she had in her.
Now, when you go to the courtroom, do you want to see that behind the judge? Wait, where'd it go? Do you want to see this?
Local defense attorney to the State Commission on Judicial Conduct.
When you standing there, you got that right behind. Is that judge impartial? Does this say that this judge? So because, you know, a judge is supposed to be an impartial arbiter, meaning you're in the middle. The judge is supposed to be in the middle. These two flags right here show we have an allegiance to the United States of America and the state. This right here, meaning these are not necessarily political. We're for the people. These are two people flags. The people of America, people of the state. Right here, this says, I'm on the rainbow, not the rainbow. I'm on the rainbow, floating down the Rainbow River to Rainbowtopia. So if you had a problem, say if you had a problem in that courtroom and it was against the transformer person. The transformer person wronged you. They hit you. A lot of times, like what they do, they get emotional when they try to tell you it's ma'am. Like, it's ma'am. Like, sorry, ma'am. Like, thank you, sir. It's ma'am. You want to see how my breasts look when I put them together? You want to see? Take them apart. I put them together. Take them apart. Are you horny? Did I make you horny? Like, no. But you want to be called ma'am? All right. So what if when that happened in that whole scenario, in that hypothetical scenario, a transformer was trying to show you together apart, and you didn't get horny, and you wasn't feeling it, and that motherfucker decided to haul off and punch you in the face. Pow! Oh, motherfucker! You got attracted to me? How the fuck you got attracted to me? Oh, look at his breast. Look at his fake breast. Look at that together. Like, how do you want to look at these? Let me pull out one of them. What, you want to look at them? Oh, like, no. So appreciate you, Brandon Terry. Thank you for the cash app. We had 155 for the day. Or excuse me, 255 for the donations today. Everybody, make sure we get to the $300 goal today for the donations. I'm just saying. Now, if that motherfucker hauls off and punch you in the face, WD, he hauls off and punch you in the face, and you end up in this court, and that person is a defendant, does this flag say that you are going to get a fair court hearing? Does this flag say, yeah, as soon as a transformer, as soon as Optimus Prime or Megatron come up in this bitch, we're going to look at that person the exact same, or this judge is going to look at that person the exact same way, in the exact same way as they are you. The person who wasn't attracted to man titties. Middies. You sure? You sure you don't want to suck one? Just try it. Go ahead, try it. You may like it. Go ahead. Don't knock it till you try it. Come on. Come on. Come on. So I'm just saying. He said, hell no. You're not going to get a fair trial. You're not going to get a fair trial in this courtroom. So they made this person take it out. This person lost their damn mind. How dare you? How dare you? All right, here we go.
Conduct about the rainbow pride flag she had in her courtroom.
It came across very much like I was being targeted and discriminated against.
And it wasn't just the rainbow pride flag that she was forced to remove.
I was also ordered to remove all rainbows from the courtroom. My mouse pad, the pen that I used, the robe where I had a sarape colors.
Gonzalez states her disappointment is also because other judges across the state.
What the hell is she trying to do? Rainbow the whole goddamn courtroom up. What the fuck, man? Nobody need to see all that shit. Your politics, just spraying our politics all over the goddamn room. No one cares. Who are you sleeping with? Are you gonna give me a fair trial or not, bitch? That's what I want to know. I don't give a shit about your rainbow bullshit, your man shit, your fake man shit. Because she want to be a dude. At least that person is not claiming that they're a dude. At least this person, the judge is still saying they're a woman. She's a woman, but you can see the judge wants to be a dude. Anybody can see the judge wants to be a dude.
Have not been required to remove flags or different color robes from their courtrooms.
Are they going to go to these judges who have an Irish flag in their courtroom or wear a camouflage robe when they want to? Or, make sure that out in the rural counties there isn't a Confederate flag flying in some little JP court?
She has since made an appeal on the ruling and is awaiting to get her day in court, which can come later this year. And as
That's
she
right.
waits,
Roger
she
Roach
to continue to be a leading advocate for the LGBT.
Roger Roach should be killing it. Where you at, Roger Roach? Where you at? Goddamn it! Hold up. Did he? Oh, let me see. Did he come in here? Did he send me a super chat today? Nope. You're not here today. Roger Roach, where you at, boy? He's supposed to be cutting up the super chat. Yeah, he'd be killing it if he was here today. Oops, hold on.
LGBTQ plus community any way she can. She has since made an appeal on the ruling and is awaiting to get her day in court, which can come later this year. And as she waits, she's making sure to continue to be a leading advocate for the LGBTQ plus community any way she can.
It's become a year-round type of approach to life, to live authentically and to live out loud.
The State Commission on Judicial Conduct does not comment on pending litigation. An appellate court of 3 justices is expected to preside over this hearing in Austin. Erica.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait. So we got to talk about a story.
Hold up.
A parody.
Start the background. Yeah, the green screen background.
And to live out.
Yeah, that's the street that's a green screen background of the street out there. They done painted the rainbow flag on the street. And I love how this black stripe is supposed to represent black folks. We ain't in this. Stop putting melanated people in this shit. Take that black stripe out of that shit. This don't represent niggas right here. Black indigenous people of color. Stop trying to co-opt melanated people and attach us to your shit to make it authentic. Hell no. Take that stripe the fuck off. Straight up. Take that bitch the fuck off.
Out loud.
The State Commission on Judicial Conduct does not comment on pending
story, but I guess in 2026 anything is possible, because in this story we got to talk about Judge Rosie Speedland Gonzalez. Yes, you heard that correctly. Judge Rosie Speedland Gonzalez. Speedy Gonzalez, right?
Speedy Gonzalez. You ain't make this shit up. Her name is Speedy Gonzalez. Yo, only old school people will know what that. Riba. Andale, riba. Anybody knows? Anybody knows that? Riba, andale, riba. Y'all don't remember that. Y'all don't remember that, but here we go.
And this woman was just indicted and arrested after investigators said that she had an attorney handcuffed during a dispute in her courtroom. Now, apparently this judge has a history of unhinged behavior, which, by the way, she's a woke DI judge, as you guys saw at the beginning of this video, super pro LGBTQ, woke as hell. And again, apparently she's had a history of being a radical lunatic, okay? Despite the fact that apparently she is a treatment judge, right? She's supposed to be a judge that helps solve people's anger issues, right? To work out these issues, but yet it seems as if she has some problems of her own, right? That is the irony here.
Judge Rosie Spiedland Gonzalez runs a trauma-informed court that claims to handle low-level offenders with care instead of treating them like career criminals.
But now the Spear County judge has threatened to fire her staff if they have any contact with people who used to work with her court. People named in the judge's no contact order have come forward. They described a case that investigates a judge whose behavior became erratic and aggressive toward defendants.
Refleo, or Reflection Court, is led by County Court 13 Judge Rosie Spiedland Gonzalez. It's an intense trauma-informed treatment program for first-time domestic violence offenders.
Kind of get down into that root cause of what led them into the situation.
Cynthia Garcia provided therapy to defendants while working for this nonprofit partner of the court, American Indians in Texas at the Spanish colonial missions. But what Garcia described as a dream work-life balance was shattered last year after she says the judge, who she's known for more than a decade and considered a personal friend, had a noticeable shift in behavior and began lashing out at defendants in court.
I couldn't believe that they're being put on the record.
Garcia detailed multiple incidents in an interview with KSAT, like one female defendant.
She had a pregnancy scare. She, thought it led to a miscarriage, so the judge went ahead and told her to invest in batteries and get basically a vibrator, less trouble, and that is what blew my mind the first time.
You hear that? See, this is what, again, impartial arbiter, no bias, but you're grooming people in the court. Telling them to get rid of, don't do that. Get rid of, don't be sexually active with a man. Go get you a vibrator. What? Oh, hell no. Hell to the no. This is what I mean by them taking over the court and using it as a political.
Berated by the judge after his case manager found a video with sexual content on his cell phone.
Calling him a poser. And, this young man is homeless. He lives in a group setting. He was triggered. He was shaking. It was ugly.
Garcia's anguish.
Wait, hold on.
Berated by the judge after his case manager found a video with sexual content on his cell phone.
Calling him a poser. And, this young man is homeless. He lives in a group setting.
Effing poser or effing loser.
He was triggered. He was shaking. It was ugly.
Garcia's anguish reached a tipping point in mid-July. In an email thread started by Garcia listing concerns about a participant, she says Spiedland Gonzalez responded harshly, telling staff to, quote, stay in our respective lanes. And after writing that she was not singling anyone out, ended the message by stating, if you feel I am doing this, I need you to consider getting therapy.
And it really did, appear to be directly at me.
Garcia's.
She not crazy. You crazy. If you don't like her using her courtroom for political gain, she not crazy. You crazy. You understand? Remember that?
Says she was called into her manager's office the next day and was told she was being removed from Refleo Court. Her work hours slashed. Garcia eventually resigned from the nonprofit.
So it was hurtful. Because I put my heart into my work. And it was just the betrayal from somebody I considered a friend.
The behavior she gave was aggressive when it did not need to be.
Crystal Ochoa was a complex care manager for the Center for Healthcare Services, working in 4 courts, including Refleo. She also noticed a shift in the judge's behavior last year.
It became very no, this is what I'm saying. I'm the judge. I'm going to do this, whether you all like it or not. It just was not appropriate, especially being a trauma-informed type of setting.
Ochoa, like Garcia months earlier, was told in September she was being removed from Refleo. Her employer went one step further, terminating her last fall for what she described as not completing case notes in the appropriate amount of time.
Yeah, so you see that you heard that. Okay, this judge has a history of unhinged behavior leading up to this indictment where this judge is being accused of handcuffing an attorney and keeping the attorney in a jury box. So without further ado, let's get into it.
A county court judge indicted, accused of having an attorney handcuffed and kept in a jury box. Judge Rosie Spiedland Gonzalez turned herself in this afternoon on both felony and misdemeanor charges.
KSAT Investigates broke the story 2 weeks ago, and Dylan Collier continues to follow through now that the case has gone to a grand jury.
Judge Rosie Spiedland Gonzalez's legal ordeal began December 17, 2024. During an argument with defense attorney Elizabeth Russell inside County Court 13, Spiedland Gonzalez ordered Russell to be handcuffed. Court transcripts show the judge berated the attorney while she sat restrained in a jury box. Russell, who declined comment today, filed a criminal complaint. Earlier this month, KSAT Investigates exposed the incident and spoke with former employees who worked in Spiedland Gonzalez's court. They described the judge's behavior as increasingly erratic. The 2-count indictment accuses Spiedland Gonzalez of unlawful restraint by a judge, a second-degree felony, and misdemeanor official oppression.
Now, I've said this before and I'll say it again, right? How these people look, these leftists, right? How they look tells you everything you need to know about their mental state, right? What type of judge comes in the courtroom looking like this, bro?
Would you think, yo, I'm about to get a completely fair hearing in this courtroom if your judge look like that? Do you think so? I think so. I think you're going to get one. I'm just going to say, I think you're going to get a fair hearing. Just saying. But maybe not. So she was she had her thing pulled this week. She was reprimanded highly this week and smashed on, and she thought she was being attacked. In her community, she was being attacked. She was being attacked because she's a part of that community. Blah, 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 blah. Always the victim. Victim. So, excuse me. She pulled out the victim card and somebody cut it with a joker. Somebody cut it with a big joker. She played that card. Somebody said, "Big joker, bitch." Anybody? Y'all know what that mean? Y'all know what big joker mean? I don't think y'all know what it means. She throwed the fuck off. What y'all? She threw it down. She threw the card down. But what's the big joker, y'all? What's the big joker? What is the big joker cut? There we go. There you go. Next, you know about them spades, baby. So she got cut with the big joker, and she's pissed. But then your boy Don Lemon Zest. Did you see it? Did you hear about Don Lemon Zest? So Don Lemon Zest got arrested. So hold on. Let me find the perfect video because he says, hold on, they arrested the Lemon Zest guy. Hold on, let me put it up. Let me pull it up for y'all so you can see. Oops. There it is. All right.
I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that's...
Sorry, my bad.
I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news.
Bullshit.
The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court.
He looks older because he don't have the CNN money making him look young again. He was getting that black hairspray on that little dot. You saw that fading ass hairline right there. He was getting that nigga was getting the soul glow on that shit. Let's let your soul glow. Let it shine through. Just let your I can't hit the note. I was watching that shit yesterday. Feeling all so silky smooth. Just let it shine through. Just let your soul. That was my shit. Shout out to Coming to America. Coming to America and Empire Strikes Back. Empire Strikes Back is my yin and yang movies for number one. For both of them are my number one movies at the same time. They're yin and yang. One spiritual, the other the other straight worldly and funny. They both my favorite movies. So Don Lemon don't have the soul glow money to spray on the top of the hair no more. So he getting up. So that's real quick though. We got to address the fact that he talking about he getting arrested for some shit that he been doing for 30 years or whatever. No, you can't. Again, journalism, First Amendment rights doesn't mean that you can do anything you want. You don't have freedom of speech for anything you want to do. Matter of fact, you have liberty. Again, the difference between liberty and freedom. Freedom is the unabashed will or the power to exert your will unabashed, uncontrolled, unrestrained. That's what freedom is. The ability to exert your will unrestrained. Liberty is freedom to do this, but not that. You can do this, but not that. You can do that, but not this. Freedom with restraints is what liberty is. So freedom is will unrestrained, whereas liberty is will restrained. And so you don't have the power to do anything you want to do, especially when your freedom comes in contact and starts to conflict with my freedom. When your freedom starts to impede and conflict with my freedom, then it's over. That's when your freedom ends. You got freedom as long as your freedom don't fuck with my freedom. And so when he goes into a place of worship, again, you have freedom of religion and all of his First Amendment. He's talking about First Amendment. Also in the First Amendment, which is other than freedom of press, is freedom of religion. And so when he walked into the court, when he walked into the church, apparently he waited till the festivities started. Then he walked in after. Him and his camera crew walked in after, which means you knew some shit was getting ready to go down. So it was pre-planned. Don't act like you just saw some news and you walked there and started reporting the news. You knew it was going to happen. You was waiting for it to happen. You set it up. You helped set the shit up. So he walks in there. Again, he's told to leave and he don't leave. That's trespassing. When when you're in a private place and someone tells you to leave and you don't leave, that's trespassing. Go to jail for that. So right there, just that alone, you weren't in there preaching. When it's a place, when it's a private business, but it's open to the public, that's what they say. Anybody can enter that place that adheres to the business of that place. If I'm serving ice cream cones, you got to come here and eat ice cream cones. If you come in here and ask for a steak, nigga, get the fuck out. That ain't what we're doing in here. If you come in here eating a steak you bring your own steak. So hey, nigga, you got to get the hell out of here. We do ice cream in here. So again, he can't just walk in there and start doing what he want to do. We're a place of prayer, worship, and preaching. And unless you're doing any three of those, and choir, unless you're doing one or four of those things, you got to get the hell out of here. And he wasn't, so he told him to leave, and he didn't leave. Boom, trespassing right there. Now, on top of that, there's something called Title 18, Section 241 and 242. These are violations against your rights, against your constitutional rights. So basically, 241 is conspiracy for deprivation of rights. These are penalties for depriving you of your constitutional rights. So 241 is deprivation of rights for conspiracy, whereas 242 is deprivation of rights for a singular police officer. So basically, he's getting charged with depriving the churchgoers of freedom of religion. When you walked in there while they were praying and praising God, and you stopped them and start yelling at them, calling them, telling them ICE agents and all this and that type of shit, you then deprived those people of freedom of religion, which you claim to be a First Amendment warrior, but you just violated their First Amendment. So he may be going to jail. Honestly, he actually may be really going to jail because he committed two crimes. You had trespassing and deprivation of rights of freedom of religion. And you think, oh, I'm a reporter, I can just do what the fuck I want. No, you can't. Go read the goddamn law. You just can't read the first line and think you know the law. That doesn't work. He did and got bonded out. Yeah, no, he didn't get bonded out. They let him go for free. He didn't even get bonded out. They let him go for free. He got arrested. No, what I mean is he's going to jail. This is just a preliminary. That was just a preliminary arrest. Now he still has to go back to court. He's going to trial. He still has to go to court for trial on this. So that was just the initial arrest for booking. So they book him, boom, get your case into the system. Then they released him on his own recognizance. So now he got to go back though. He has to go back for an arraignment, which the arraignment is plead guilty or not guilty. Then after that, he has a trial. So he may be going to jail because you talking about you plead not guilty. I was just doing my job. Was you doing your job when you bought the crowd coffee and donuts before they went to the goddamn church? bitch ass nigga. And you outside in the freezing cold buying them coffee and donuts, facilitating them being able to do that. Because if they're hungry and if they're cold, you're feeding them and you're warming them up with coffee. So I want to hear this. I didn't have nothing to do with it. When you walk up with coffee and donuts, and then you full of shit. So, Mr. John Fruitopian Lemon may be going to jail. You may be going to jail, bruh. Going to jail. So, moving along. Just saying. God damn it, John. Then last thing I got, man, I'm a Star Trek fan. And as we just saw, Scotty passed. More power. But God damn it, this is a new series called, I'm not going to even play the series. I just need you guys to see the thumbnail of this person right here. So anybody has any understanding of Star Trek, you know what Klingons, right? The Klingon are the warrior group of Star Wars. They're the super hyper masculine, kill at all costs, die no matter what, death before dishonor. Hardcore Klingons, you don't want to fuck with them. They the ultimate FAFO race in Star Trek. There's no other FAFO race in Star Trek like Klingons, nigga. They will cut you to pieces, right? So Klingons gangster. Anybody who watched Star Trek or the Klingons has been on there. And then they had the one dope Klingon, Lieutenant Worf. Lieutenant Worf was a G, brother. Lieutenant Worf. Shout out to Lieutenant Worf. Super masculine gangster will smack the shit out of you if you say the wrong thing. Him and the captain almost got into it a bunch of times because Worf ain't no bitch. Lieutenant Worf ain't no bitch. Captain, he done looked at the captain like, Captain boy, woo, nigga. If I didn't have this Starfleet badge on right now, nigga, I would fuck your shit up, nigga. Shout out to Lieutenant Worf. So that was Lieutenant Worf. Like Captain Picard, nigga. The only reason that you ain't getting your ass beat right now, nigga, because I got this Starfleet badge on right now, nigga. Other than that, nigga, I throw your ass out into space, bitch. So Lieutenant Worf is the G. Now, in Starfleet Academy, the new Fruitopian version, the new feminine version, they have Fruitopianed off the Klingons. And anybody knows about Star Trek, the Klingons are supposed to be black people. Just the word Klingon back in the day in the 60s, that was a racist term because they felt that black people were clinging on to America. We were the supportees of America. We're the people who got all the welfare support and all that. So they called us Klingons, right? That was the little low jab for melanated people, calling us Klingons. Now, so check this out. Holy shit. I just need to show you. I don't even think I'm gonna click on the video. But damn it, you got to see this. Hold on. Yeah, where'd it go? Hold on, let me just go back to this one here. Oops. Wait a minute. I'll take that off. All right, here we go. So now check this out. Where'd it go? Where's the damn? Look at, do you see this? Do y'all see that right there? Holy shit, man. That's as big as I can make. Look at this at the top. God damn, look at this. So the new Klingon, this is him. Now, he's not dressed like that in the show. This is somebody made an AI version of him in the show. Made a nigga look like a Fruitopian George Clinton. But Funkadelic, they made this nigga look like, and actually George Clinton actually would have worn this back in the 70s when it was not considered Fruitopian. This would have been George Clinton right here, straight up. But there's been, so let me see if I can show you. Let me see where it is. Academy. So look, they have. Can y'all see? Look, they have gained off the goddamn. Look at this. Look at that meme right there. Look at this. They have made, so the dude who's playing the Klingon is gay, right? In real life. He Fruitopian. And so then in the show, they done made this nigga a Fruitopian gardener. What the fuck? You have made the Klingon not even a warrior. This nigga is a motherfucking gardener? A Fruitopian gardener? Oh, come on, man. Stop ruining our shit, man. And again, they always emasculate the melanated people. Look up any goddamn show, and then they'll say we're including black people because they'll have a black or a melanated gay person in it, dude in it. But melanated or masculine melanated men are getting thrown to the wayside. What are we in at this point? We got one show we coming out with the Lanterns show. We got that, but that's the only big role we've gotten so far. Excuse me. Is the Lantern show. You don't see no, we ain't getting roles. They'll give them to the gay person and then say, oh, we put a black man in it. No, you didn't. That nigga ain't a black man. That's not what he is. That motherfucker don't represent black men at all. But they can check a box. They can check two boxes. Excuse me, gay black man. So this is what they did. Put a gay dude as a goddamn. So this, if you watching this lieutenant, oh my God. Hold on. Look, look at the meme they did. Oh no. This is they like somebody did all the Klingons turned their back on them. All the Klingons turned their back on them. Oh shit. Y'all gotta go watch this video. Hold up. Let me play this one. Let me see what this is. Oh no!
Jaden on deck, Queens.
The Klingons, they turn their back.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the belligerently bellicose Dr. Disaster, and I wish that I could say that the clip that I just shared at the beginning of this video was a wildly exaggerated account of what is going on in Star Trek Starfleet Academy, but in reality, the showrunners just keep sinking to new depths.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this.
Take a look at this headline here. This article is from Polygon, and somehow it is not satire. Starfleet Academy.
Why Starfleet Academy turned Klingons into polyamorous refugees? Man!
Turned Klingons into polyamorous refugees. And here's a portion of the article explaining what's going on. It says, Jaden struggles with other people's expectations for him. His choice to pursue medicine and refusal to participate in a hunting ritual deeply upsets his parents, all three of them. Starfleet Academy mentions polyamory in episode 3 when another cadet talks about his complicated love life, and Landau said introducing a Klingon triad, Jaden has two fathers and a mother, is just another way the show is holding up a mirror to the modern world.
You see, they are insane.
Yeah, apparently.
That's Worf right there, goddammit. Worf ain't having none of this shit. This is Lieutenant Worf. That nigga's a G. Lieutenant Worf right here ain't having none of that bullshit.
See, they are insane.
Yeah, apparently Jaden has two fathers and a mother, and not only that, but as you can see here,
two fathers. They done gave the fucking Klingon two fucking daddies, man. And he's and again, the black race of fucking aliens. They're always trying to Fruitopian the niggas. Because they know in real life, melanated people are the most masculine. So they have to perpetuate this feminine shit to try to emasculate us on some grooming. Look, don't you want to be Fruitopian? Don't you want to be softer? Isn't this better? You're more acceptable to women. Fuck. If you don't get the fuck out of here, bitch, we'll slap the living shit. Look at this bullshit, man. Then Fruitopian dog.
Everyone noticed that there was a romantically charged moment in the last Starfleet that this
move past this
modern
and the new guy of Star Trek's storied history of being the first show to ever air an interracial kiss. And the new guys, the new showrunners of Star Trek, want their own moment so badly that they just keep pushing more and more eye-rollingly cringy and progressive garbage into our faces in the hopes that they will be similarly praised. But these causes that they're pushing in modern Trek are not the same at all, which helps explain why viewership of the show is so shitty.
So there's a theory that they were breaking down of when women started to take control over masculine, excuse me, hold on. When women started to take control over masculine IP, this is when all of the shit started to get fucked up. Now watch, I want you to see all of the things that women have had their hand in that men created as far as entertainment, and tell me if the shit is true.
At the risk of being sexist, I have to ask a question. Do women understand male franchises? And let me qualify this. There was a post that went viral here. I want to bring it up. Pretty interesting post that got over 1.4 million views from Bill Holt. Says opinion: women killed Star Trek, women killed Star Wars, women killed the MCU, women killed the DCU, women killed Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, women killed James Bond, women killed Indiana Jones, women killed The Witcher, women killed Sandman, women killed Ghostbusters, women killed Terminator, women killed Alien, women killed Predator, women killed Men in Black, women killed Mad Max, women killed Monarch / Godzilla, women killed Charlie's Angels, and women and gays killed Doctor Who.
Now, are they wrong? Hey guys, are they wrong? Are they wrong when they just said that when women got a hold of men's shit, they killed all of that shit? And that's real shit. Women got a hold of all those IPs, all created by men and for the entertainment of men. Women said, "How dare you leave us out? We need to be involved." Well, if you would have been involved, you would have created your own. If you did stuff like this, you would have created your own worlds where you were whooping ass. But the reason you didn't is because you don't do stuff like this. This is not a normal woman thing to do. This is the marginalized. This is the little girl who wants to play around with the boys, which is like when you're a kid, that's like one out of every 100 girls, one out of every few hundred girls that wants to be a tomboy. So now we're making movies and everything for that one person, that one out of every few hundred. Whereas women want to watch women shit. What if we took Frozen and fucking put the chicken Frozen in some goddamn camo fatigues and gave her a goddamn what is it, M16, and put her in the jungle and start shooting shit? Frozen, bitch. Frozen, taking frozen heads, bitch. That this bitch with a goddamn gun like, Frozen, motherfucker. What if men did that shit to Frozen? To women shit? You'd have a problem. With your daughters going to see Frozen in fatigues. So, say what? Didn't men create Frozen? Disney created Frozen. I think no. I don't know. No, it was some female. I think was behind Frozen. Some woman. It was definitely more women behind Frozen than men, for sure. But again, what we're talking about is something that was created for a certain audience and then turning it and flipping that audience, flipping it into something else that's made for another audience is the point. And so Frozen is made for little girls. Even if it was made by men, it was made for little girls. And other stuff is made for masculine men. Yo, Steph, appreciate you. The feminism opposite of excuse me, of matriarchy. Yes. Feminism. Oh, no, equals? Oh, opposite of make. Yeah, okay. Equals opposite of make. Yes, yes, it does. Yeah, when we're up to what did I say? We're up to 275. 270 on the cash apps, on the donations. Make sure we get to our goal, $300 goal, everybody. Appreciate y'all for hooking up the donations. Only got a little bit of time left. Make sure we cross the goal line. Make sure we cross the goal line, people. Make sure we cross the goal line. So moving along. That just pissed me off with the Star Trek. I can't believe they Fruitopian off the most masculine, aggressive people in all of goddamn Star Trek. They Fruitopian them. Goddamn. Just killed the game. So moving along, like I said, in the science and the weird, in the science and the weird, oops, where's my story? So the origins of Egypt, excuse me, Egypt's pyramids are upended as new clues point to lost civilization from 20,000 years ago. This is even older than what's those cats? Not Robert Bouval, but it's the dude who's with Robert. Oh man, what's that dude's name? Who he says the pyramids are at least 10,000 years old. The pyramids are at least 10,000 years old. I forgot the dude because of the water markings. If anybody remember that guy's name, put him in there. He's a Caucasian dude with curly hair. Usually wears when he's in Egypt, I know he wears a cowboy hat and he has curly hair. Really pale dude. I forgot, but he was talking. He's talking about how the water lines said that the pyramids were at least 10,000 years old, right? So the official story is that they're about 4,500 to 6,000 years old. Now, the water erosion lines said that they were at least 10,000 years old. Also, the position of the Sphinx, because the position of the Sphinx was supposed to be a mirror of the heavens. So the Giza Plateau is a mirror of the heavens. So when you have the three pyramids mimic Orion's belt, right? The Sphinx was supposed to mimic the constellation or Earth when we were in Leo. See, this is how you understand how long that is. So right now we're in Aquarius, but go back to when the stars were positioned in Leo. That's what the Sphinx is. So that's a long ass time ago, right? And so now it says for more than a century, Egyptologists have dated the Egypt or the Great Pyramid to around 200. Excuse me. Let me go back. So more than a century, Egyptologists have dated the Great Pyramid at around 2,500 years old. Excuse me, about 2,500 BC. Sorry, about 4,600 years old. Like I said, 4,600 to 6,000 years. There's a debate that goes back and forth where I'll say 4,600 to 6,000 years old. The beginning of humans. This is the Bible. That's why it goes back to the Bible. Humans aren't supposed to be that much older. If you're reading the Bible, humans are around 6,000 to 7,000 years old, right? So a controversial new study now claims the monument could be tens of thousands of years older. Italian engineer, excuse me, this is the guy who found all the stuff under the pyramid with the radar, whatever, the new whatever the vibrational whatever stuff that is. They found all the whole structure, all the structures under the pyramids. They even found more this week. He was on Joe Rogan, said there's a whole city under that bitch. So while he was on there, though, he also said, this is Alberto Donini from the University of Bologna, said erosion patterns, the same thing we were just talking about, the water erosion at the pyramid's base suggests it may have been built 20,000 years ago. So even 10,000 years older than that guy. I forgot that guy's name. If anybody remember that guy's name, he's always with Robert Bouval and Joe Rogan has these guys on his podcast all the time. He had Graham Hancock, Charles something? The fat guy with the beard, he got curly hair, and then he's always with another skinny guy with curly hair and a cap. I can't remember that guy's name. Did y'all put it in the chat? Let me see. Anybody? No, not Graham Hancock. He said Clark Kent. No. Not Clark Kent, not Graham Hancock. No. Anybody put it in here? No, damn. No, nobody knows that guy's name. Damn it. He was on a lot of videos that came on the history. The History Channel that was breaking down the pyramids. But anyway, I digress. So it says Danini's relative erosion method, REM, estimated the pyramid's age by comparing how much erosion occurred on the stones exposed since construction with nearby stones whose exposure time is known. By measuring the difference in wear, he calculated how long the older stones have been exposed, producing dates that far exceed traditional estimates. The study, which has not yet been peer-reviewed, examined 12 points around the pyramid's base. Some measurements suggest tens of thousands of years of erosion, with the average pointing to roughly 25,000 years old. God damn, 25,000 years. So this dude, the dude I saw on that was breaking it off, he was way off as far as according to the new water erosion readings. Danini also proposed that Pharaoh Khufu may have renovated the pyramid rather than built it, potentially revising assumptions about its origin authorship. If the dates proposed by Danini are accurate, the Great Pyramid could predate not only the reign of Khufu, but also the rise of any known advanced civilizations. Saying the pyramids are the oldest thing, are older than any known advanced civilizations ever. Now, I just did last week how they found out here, they found the older civilization that said that the Americas may be as old as the pyramids. That was last week. Now the pyramids was like, nah, fuck you, bitch. They scrapping. They battling. You saw I had what I had in the thumbnail. they battling right now. We had the Aztec, the melanated Aztecs going against the melanated Commetans. The Aztecs had their pyramid already built while the Commetans was building their pyramids, and the Commetans said, nah, bitch. We were here way before you niggas. Now, we don't know that, but this is what the new report says. Where these are battling reports. One says the Americas were older. The other says the Egyptians were older, or Commetans were older. So let me read this again. So, if the dates proposed by Danini are accurate, the Great Pyramid could predate not only the reign of Khufu, but also the rise of any known advanced civilizations, raising fundamental questions about human history and archaeological knowledge in the distant past. So apparently them pyramids are old as shit. Now we know that. We can feel it in our bones. We know them pyramids are old as hell. We know this. We know it. We know them pyramids are old as hell. But we can't prove it. But we know genetically in our bones, in our vibration, we know those pyramids are old as hell. And they want to keep this at this small little time to make it seem like melanated people aren't as old as we are and had knowledge far beyond any point in time melanated or Caucasian people got on this planet. We were rocking pyramids and advanced knowledge before you even thought about becoming an inkling in the melanated nut. you weren't even you didn't even become a thought in the melanated nut. We had civilizations and shit around here rolling. So that's why they're trying to hide that shit. That's the real reason they try to hide it. They do not want you to know that you were rocking civilizations thousands and thousands and thousands of years before they even thought about becoming a being here on this planet, or before you thought about spitting them out of your nuts as a being on this planet. So moving along. Now we back to the Americas. Yo, Marlon Clark, thank you for the cash app. Then we're at 275 for the day. Everybody, 275. Make sure we get over the goal. Got a $300 goal, everybody. Make sure we get over the goal for the day, people. So now we're back. Now we're back in the Americas. The lost tomb of the mysterious cloud people unearthed after 1,400 years in discovery of the decade, or is the discovery of the decade. It's been hailed as the most significant archaeological discovery in a decade. Archaeologists in Mexico have uncovered a 1,400-year-old tomb in the central valleys of the Oaxaca, Oaxaca. That's a funny ass name. It does not look like it's supposed to be this word. Oaxaca. Now you tell me what you think that word is supposed to be. What do y'all think that word is supposed to be? Let me tell you what it actually, it's Oaxaca. That's how you actually pronounce that name, Oaxaca. But it does not look like that. That ain't the name what it looked like. They whacked Brother Prodigy from Mobb Deep for talking about it in the song Death Sentence. Talking about what? Energy does not disintegrate, but it's transferred. True. What was he talking about in Death Sentence? Nope. Amazonian and the women warrior elites of some African tribe really frightened the French soldiers. Oh, y'all got a conversation going. So it says the pyramids. The pyramids. Yeah, the pyramids. Okay. You said it sounds native. Yeah, it's that's down there. You ever had Oaxacan tacos? Got some Oaxacan tacos out here. That's how I knew the name. I've been to the restaurant enough, and I was looking at I was like, I'll have some Oaxaca tacos. She said, you mean what is it? Damn, I forgot the damn name already. Oaxaca. Sorry. She said, you mean Oaxaca tacos? And I was like, nah, that ain't what that word say. I said, I don't see ain't no W. Ain't no W on that damn name. She said, it's Oaxaca tacos. Yeah, I'll bring you out. I'll bring you out a couple. So it says the stone structure built by the Zapotec culture, known as the Be'anaa, or the Cloud People, is adorned with sculptures, murals, and carved symbols that suggest ritual sacrifice. Oh, here they go with the ritual sacrifice. We are sacrificing. That's what they always claim. The Zapotec believed their ancestors descended from clouds and that in death their souls returned to the heavens and the spirits, or as spirits. At the entrance sits a massive carved owl. The owl, here we go. Owl knows everything. Owl is a sign of knowledge what other people does not have, or secret knowledge. Its open beak revealed the face of a Zapotec lord, a symbol of National Institute. The National Institute of Anthropology said represented death and power. So they just uncovering civilizations. Now, again, this civilization is not as old as the one they just said. The discovery they say they found with the pyramids. But we're Aboriginal Americans. I'm going for the Americas. America's older. I'm going for the Americas. God damn it. America. Amaruca. So they're uncovering us, a whole bunch of us over here, while they're distracting you with wars and all kind of stuff, while they're uncovering our ancient history and why we have first claim to the land. This is why you have first claim to the land, why Aboriginals and indigenous people around the world have the top status. No matter where you are in the world, indigenous Aboriginal people or Aboriginal indigenous people have the number one status in the world. You have the first claim to any land in the world, unless you Palestinian. And Palestinians ain't the first people there, though. Let's get that straight. The Palestinians, y'all niggas are Turkish people. Y'all the Turkish people, just like they're the same people. The Ashkenazi Jews and the Palestinians, they pretty much the same people. Now you got the Palestinians are a little darker, so a little bit more melanated, but they come from the same. They from the same stock of people. So our knowledge is rising, is resurfacing as the civilization, as America crumbles. The ancient civilization, or the knowledge of the ancient civilizations, are rising. So Be prepared to take back your place, people. Moving along, talking about some lab-grown shit. Lab-grown life takes a major step forward as scientists use AI to create a new virus never seen before. What the? What? Why are you doing that? Why are they creating AI viruses, man? Come on, man. The gain of function at the Wu-Tang lab wasn't enough. So now they're creating AI viruses. Okay. This is just some bullshit. How could they know when the Pharaoh gathered as many of the new people on the earth and walked them through the desert into Caucasus Mountains? They don't know. This is all speculation. And they don't know shit. And they have no idea what the hell we were doing. So an AIV, so lab-grown life, has taken a major step forward or leap forward as scientists use AI to create a new virus that has never been seen before. The virus, dubbed Evo 2147, Evo 2147, or Evo O, is it Evo? Oh, excuse me, Evo 2147, was created by scientists from scratch using new technologies that could revolutionize the course of evolution. Excuse me. With just 11 genes compared to the 200,000 in the human genome, this virus is among the simplest forms of life. However, see, there's always a but. But hold on. Hold on, baby. Hold on, pimp. However, but scientists believe that the same tools could one day create an entire living organism or reconstruct long extinct species. This artificial virus, specifically created to kill infectious and potentially deadly E. coli bacteria. So they created a V to kill a V, or bacteria. They created a V to kill some bacteria. E. coli. They created a V to kill E. coli. The thing eats shit. They created a shit-eating virus. These niggas created a shit eater. What? The shit eater? Nigga, this can't ever go wrong, right? No, this can't ever possibly go wrong. This virus gets in you, and you just got the shits for the rest of your life, or you die like Nathaniel, what's his name? What I'd say, Nathaniel Bacon did. I was telling you last week how he died of the shits. The virus eats shit, y'all. Hey, the virus eats shit. Whoa, they done created a shit-eating virus. God damn. Nigga, you can't make this shit up. Says, while only, hold on. Based on a wild virus known to infect bacteria, scientists used an AI tool called Evo 2 to create 285 entirely new viruses from scratch. While only 16 were able to attack the E. coli, the most successful were 25% quicker at killing bacteria than the wild variant or variants. However, again, there's another goddamn but. Always another but in this bitch. However, but previous research has raised concerns that AI-designed pathogens could themselves become a deadly threat to humanity. But so they created a shit-eating virus that's not supposed to be harmful to people, to humans. But one day, maybe, just maybe, just saying, we're not sure, but maybe. Like, I don't. We're not saying for sure though. Oh wait, what'd you say? Hold up. Too much crossbreeding and has eliminated good strains. Facts. But y'all got your own conversations going. This is Danish Cookie 10 case. What? So moving along. the sheet eater. Moving along, NASA reveals one of the most detailed maps of the elusive substance yet, confirming its viral or vital. Damn it, I can't see. Wait, hold on. Where's this? What am I reading? Where's the title on this? It's not the title. Hold on. Oh, there it is. The most elusive map of dark matter ever revealed. So it says NASA reveals one of the most detailed maps of the elusive substance yet, confirming its vital influence on the universe. NASA has revealed one of the most detailed maps of dark matter. Taken by the James Webb Space Telescope, the map suggests the elusive substance acts as a hidden framework which the entire galaxy is built on. Yeah, melanin. Duh. Yes, dark matter, melanin. And again, it would have to be if you have the yin and yang. If you have matter that reflects light, all light, then you would have to have matter that absorbs all light, just from the sheer science of balance in the universe. There's not one without its opposite in this universe. That's why when you create, every cause has its effect and every effect has its cause. Nothing just happens because. If something happened to you, it's something that you did or you didn't do. You saw it coming and you sat on your ass and didn't get out of the way or fix whatever you needed to fix so that you wouldn't be affected by what was coming at you. But everything that happens to you is cause and effect, which is the other term for karma. Energy out, energy back. So right here, there would have to be the yin and yang, or the opposite of light matter, which would be dark matter. With everything that we see in this universe is light matter. But then Yoda told us, not this crude matter. Says, light beings are we, not this crude matter. He said we're light beings. Now, I would say we're balanced. We're the light and the darkness. We are the yin and yang. We're not one pole. We are both of those things. And so science has just found the dark matter. According to researchers from Durham University, it could help the university, it could help unravel the mystery of the formation of our Milky Way. Wherever, and this is the quote from the scientist, wherever you find normal matter in the universe today, you also find dark matter. See, I didn't even read that yet. I hadn't even read that yet. So wherever you find normal matter in the universe today, you also find dark matter, explained Professor Richard Massey. Billions of dark matter particles pass through your body every second. There's no harm. They don't notice us. There's no harm. They don't notice us and just keep going. Well, if you have melanin, it's a different thing. They don't notice you, but yeah, melanin is a different thing. But the whole swirling cloud of dark matter around the Milky Way has enough gravity to hold our entire galaxy together. Without dark matter, the Milky Way would spin itself apart. Yes. yes, God damn it. We done told you that melanin is real.
What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
Would you say WD? If yin and yang is a thing, then that means there's another universe that is peaceful versus our aggressive nature. Well, this is learned. This is learned. We're not. This is a frequency that we have ended up at, and it'll go back to another. We weren't always at this frequency. Things weren't always this way. But again, there's yin and yang, there's balance, and so you have the pendulum swing. This is why you guys need to get the Kabbalion teaches you the laws of the universe. You got to understand these laws. They are working whether you want them to or not. And so the pendulum swing, things will go one way for a certain amount of time, and then boom, it'll hit its peak, and then it'll swing back the other way. The pendulum swing always happens. It will always swing from pole to pole. And so at some point in time, this over aggression, this craziness, it'll die itself, it'll kill itself out, just like everything else does. It's called burning itself out. Just like if, when somebody hasn't had something ever in their life and they get introduced to it, then it's the new thing. They have to have it. Then over a certain amount of time, after you've had it for so long, you'll be like, I don't really give a shit. It's called burning out the desire. So right now, this is where the world is today, because it was in hyper masculinity and it was being controlled and, subversively maneuvered for nefarious purposes, and all of this energy had to come to a head. And because we're in the apocalypse, the unveiling, the uncovering, this is what we get right now. But it has to go this way. It has to reach. You ever heard the term reaching rock bottom? Hitting rock bottom for anybody who does drugs or who's an alcoholic or who's a thief or a liar or something like that. Anybody just have a fucked up shit. They just doing messed up shit, and they just don't want to change because at some point in time they haven't hit rock bottom yet, and they will. In some point in time, they're gonna all of it is gonna come back crashing on them so damn hard. Everything that they've done, all that energy they put out into the universe is gonna come crashing on them so hard that there's gonna be nothing left to do, nowhere else to turn. And they will say, I'm done with this shit. I'm done. Fuck it. I'm done. And that's hitting rock bottom to where there's nothing else worse that can happen at that point. There's so much messed up shit that's happened at this point. There's nothing else that can happen to you that's worse than this. And that's what the world has to hit. The world hasn't hit that yet. It has to hit some type of rock bottom, emotional rock bottom, in order for it to come back to logic. Before, it was on a logical swing. That's the science. We got science, how you get to the world today from logic. All the logic and everything built up today is from science, logical world, right? Not emotional world. Not all emotion. Some of it is obviously emotion, but mostly logical world. Now, where the pendulum has swung, now we're in emotional world, where feelings don't care about your facts. Before, we were in the era where facts don't care about your feelings. Now we're in the era of feelings don't care about your facts. And so that will burn out at some point in time. But right now, it's in its embryo stage. You're going to have a while. We're in hyper feminine energy right now. You're going to have a while before that burns out. You're going to have a while before it burns out, unless the masculine energy is able to meet it. This is the thing. To add the masculine energy, you have to rise to meet the toxic hyper feminine energy so that it can be balanced. But if we don't, then that imbalance will play out until the universe balances it on its own. Unless, again, we take it upon ourselves and say, fuck that. We're going to rebalance it ourselves and not let this shit happen. Yo, Dexter, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. Got me to the 300 today, man. Thank you for the cash app or the super chat. Got me to the $300 goal, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. This is Kevin. I suggested Meech X to you on a dual show on these topics, doing business and becoming part of the TV network with your show. Plus her mini AV to stream. Plus her mini AV to stream to help. What does that mean? I don't know who Meech X is, though. I don't know who that is. Who is Meech X? I never heard that person. So I just put somebody on my channel just because you said Meech go crazy. I'll say I don't even know who that is. See, I don't be out here listening to people. I come on here, I listen, I look at the news, gather up all this goddamn information for y'all to come out here and spit it. But I don't be looking at most people's shit, man. Uh-oh. We have some dissenting opinions in here about this person, Meech X. Uh-oh. I don't know. So she on YouTube? Oh, is she? Okay. I'll see what's up. They are a scammer. Okay. Well, see, this is why you got to get multiple opinions on things, multiple pieces of information on things because you don't know. Do your research. All right. Trust me. I do my own. I'm always firsthand information for sure. They support ADOS. Oh, hell no. Oh, I'm out. This person supports ADOS. I'm gone, baby. Salam alaikum. I'm outie, baby. But so moving along. The Beige Panther that I talked about last week. I showed y'all the Beige Panther last week. The Beige Panther got kicked out of the Black Panthers. The Beige Panther got kicked out of the Black Panthers. Holy shit. He was going too crazy. And they said, bruh, you doing way too much up in here. And you got to chill out, bruh. You can't use our name no more. Hold on, let me find it for you. Let me find it for you. Here it is. So check this out. He got kicked out.
Now, we know if he vetted Paul, then that made Paul a true Black Panther. If he vetted Paul.
All power to the people. As everyone knows, I'm Paul Birdsong. I got a message from Aaron Dixon today saying that he no longer supports us.
Now, Aaron Dixon is actually the captain of the Seattle chapter of the Black Panthers. Aaron Dixon, being a captain of the Seattle chapter, has no true authority to denounce or appoint or disappoint any member in another chapter of another state. He's just a captain. You need someone who actually has the authority to say you can no longer be a Black Panther. All he said was Aaron Dixon no longer supports us. He didn't say Aaron Dixon says we can't be Black Panthers. And that's the part where I'm like, if you were actually given the green light by Rico Dukes, why would you put your badges down? I know you said some pretty hard shit on the internet and even people like me disagree with it, but you put your badges down because somebody who don't even have the power to appoint you or disappoint you gave you their disapproval of something. I don't know, man. It's a mess. And I hope we can clean that up on this channel. And I hope Rico can help us clean it up.
That after he gave me orders to make a video saying that him and other members were coming, that he withdrew his support. That he said that this situation is unimportant to him, even though my comrades have risked their lives and spent thousands of hours of their time and dollars in life standing behind a cause, you know.
And I will agree with that. You have actually risked your life. You have, because you're out there doing things somebody like me wouldn't do. I mean, even if I make a video or I tell somebody, let's organize a protest, or I tell somebody, hey, y'all, let's do a financial protest against this, or we just operate different. So I do believe with the way you were operating, you really did risk your life for the Black Panthers. Everybody says you risked your life. Everybody says you was moving like that. And we like, man, you're kind of going overboard with it, bro. You're going to get killed doing that. Y'all out here, y'all going to get shot in these streets. So I 100% agree. Y'all did risk your lives out there for the Black Panthers. I believe that.
He said he's going to make a statement saying no one has the right to call himself a Black Panther going forward. I told him to make sure that he put in that statement that he did, in fact, give us the right to call ourselves that, because I still have the messages where he did, just in case he doesn't.
And again, Aaron Dixon does not have that power. He is not a president, a national president, a co-founder, the child of a co-founder, the spouse of a co-founder. He does not have that power to tell somebody who can and can't use the name Black Panther outside of his own area. He's in Seattle. And this is why I say we've got to keep this organization of the Black Panther in line, because right now it's all over the place. It's chaotic. So I'm glad Rico Dukes came along and explained how organizational structure really works. Now, if somebody believes they do have the power to do that, to say somebody in another state can be a Black Panther or not, then come online and say it. Because a lot of people want to help the Black Panthers. A lot of people want to join. A lot of people want to give our support for them. But how do we know who to support and how to support if y'all don't even have the hierarchies straight? This is why we had Rico Dukes online to help us get the hierarchy straight. We do want that support. We want to support the movement. Even if I don't want to be a Black Panther, I want to support them. This is what we're asking.
And I put in there also, make sure that you put in there Emory Douglas did give us the right to wear the emblem, because I still have the messages where that happened too.
Now, Emory Douglas is the actual original illustrator for the Black Panther Party. His illustrations are all over Google, YouTube, Yahoo, Google, wherever. Look up Emory Douglas. The dude is actually a great inspiration. His artwork is real. It hits. His artwork hits. So I can see why he went to Emory to get permission to wear the artwork, because the designs are all from him. So I can get that. So if Emory says, hey, man, I don't give you the right to wear my designs no more, okay, you probably do have the right to say that. I would say Emory's in his league with her. But as far as telling somebody they can or can't be a Black Panther, I don't know that's a hard call. And I don't think Emory said that. Emory probably never said he can or can't be one. He was just talking about the designs. So you really can't be mad at Emory for his signs and his insignia.
So basically, you weren't a real Black Panther in the first place if somebody could take it from you, is what they're saying. If somebody could take the Black Panther from you, then you weren't a real one in the first place. So who told you could be a Black Panther in the first place? if the person that's taking it away from you can't even is not even in the position to take it away from you. They're a captain. They're not of the high position in the Black Panther. They're just a regional captain. Regional captain doesn't have national position. There's regional, national, regional, national. Regional means local, national. You understand what that means. I mean everywhere. So if he's a regional captain, then he doesn't have the power to say that Philadelphia can't do this and that or whatsoever if he's in Seattle. So again, this is this is all a psyop that they're trying to put the Black Panthers. Black Panthers ain't been doing shit. Let me just Black Panthers, you ain't been doing shit. What the fuck Black Panthers been? They ain't been doing a goddamn thing. Now all of a sudden, we supposed to be talking about the Black Panthers right now? Nigga, this is a goddamn distraction like a mug for the melanated people. All of a sudden, Black Panthers pop the fuck back up, and we supposed to be looking at the Black Panther to do what? To do what? You gonna get your ass out there and get hit by an energy weapon. You ain't doing shit. You ain't about go feed the niggas, go feed niggas with sickle cell. Or go cure sickle cell and feed people like the old Black Panthers are doing. Then maybe we can take you serious. But unless you're doing any of that, walking around the goddamn block with a goddamn gun in your hand and a big ass black fucking bomber jacket don't do shit. That ain't convincing anybody of anything. Black Panthers, the real Black Panthers got shit done. They fed people and they cured people. They taught people. Unless you're doing any of that, don't call yourself one of them. You're not any of that. You're not nothing. You're a shell. Trying to take on the what is it? The what's the word I'm looking for? The hype of the Black Panther. That's not the word I'm looking for, but it'll serve just as well. You're taking on the hype of the Black Panthers, rather as the substance. You're more hype than substance. And so unless you're doing anything as a Black Panther, helping the community, you should not be able to call yourself that. Period. So yes, the masculine energy needs outlets besides the rainbow. Yes, it does. But not walking around here, not you walking around here faking it. It needs real melanated people, brothers and sisters, to be able to do something. Get out here and get involved. Get some skin in the game. These young ones need guidance, man. These young ones needs guidance. A brother, shout out to these young cats. These young cats hit us up at the Know Your Rights Foundation. So we'll see how this goes. But one of the homies, one of our people in Know Your Rights Foundation, his son is at is it Louisiana State? I forgot. He's down somewhere down in Louisiana. One of the heads of the Alphas, the chapter of Alpha at his college. And so they want us to do a big presentation for like 50 to 60 of the students there, because they see all the ICE stuff going on and everything. So they want to get down and learn their rights. Shout out to them straight up, because his son, because the homie, shout out to Reggie. Reggie's the one who did he does the videos. He did the Trump video that you guys saw. The Trump come get you some come to Know Your Rights Foundation and get hooked up.
Have you ever had an unwanted police encounter? Have you or your loved ones been terrified at a police stop and did not know what to do? Have you witnessed someone else's rights being violated at a police stop and wished you knew what to do? Well, wonder no more. You are not alone. At Know Your Rights Foundation, we teach our members to know police stop laws. Police are banking on your ignorance of the laws and will use that against you. Knowing the laws allows you to get home safely from a routine traffic stop that could spiral out of control because of lack of education. If your constitutional rights are violated, we educate you on how to get restitution from police officers and or the city. Join us in this detrimental cause by contacting KYRF Sign up today.
So that was Reggie. He made that. He does a whole lot of stuff. He's a supercomputer dude working on his own AI right now. Shout out to Reggie. We about to do our own AI movies, bringing Lemuria back. We about to kill it. We about to AI the fuck off in here, guys. We got some stuff coming. AI is about to kill the game, about to allow us to take the gatekeepers of our stories out of the way, get them out of the way. Be able to tell the real Kemetan stories, the pyramids being built with frequency, vibration, and the melanin connecting our electromagnetic field to the earth and levitating those bricks. And AI is going to kill it and allow us to take the middleman out, the gatekeepers out, the people who have whitewashed our history in Hollywood. That's over. You're about to see all new brand. It's about to be right on YouTube. People are going to be doing these AI movies and put it right on YouTube. We're going to do that shit. So shout out to Reggie. I got off the side. I got up to a sidetrack, but Reggie's doing the AI. We're gonna be hooking that up. But AI, his son though is hooking up. his son is out there getting out there. Knows some mayors, knows some congressmen, and they're really trying to hook up and get the melanated cats learning the law. This is what you need to do. This is the future for these young cats. We dropped the ball. Generation X, we dropped the ball, and we let the Generation Z. They got Fruitopian. We was so hyper masculine. We thought that would go forever, but we dropped the ball on Generation Z, and these niggas came up Fruitopian, and so did Generation A. So now it's time to get back in there and start educating and teaching these young cats how to rise and take their manhood back, especially from when it's being snatched by the popo, or the popo is trying to snatch their manhood. Teach them how to assert their rights. So shout out to these cats. We got about 50 or 60 young cats. They want to get down with this education as far as the law. This is going to be a start of something great. Well, we already started, but as far as the young cats, we need this, the youth movement out here, learning the law, going viral out here, smashing people with the law. We're also going to be creating videos to be doing this. We're going to another level. AI has kicked our game up to a whole nother level, everybody. It's kicked our game up to a whole nother level. So again, we need these young cats out here doing things, getting out here, building things. And that leads me to my next and last point is perpetual victims versus niggas stuck in the past. we got an epidemic and problem with both of those niggas in the melanated community. Perpetual victims. You killed our ancestors. Our ancestors were slaves. You owe us. Give us this. Blah, 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 blah. We were marginalized. We were redlined. We were this or that. Yep. All of that shit happened. It sure did. It sure did. It didn't happen to you. It didn't happen to you right now, but it did happen. So why are you attaching yourself to all the stuff that did not happen to you? Again, perpetual victims. Well, my great granddaddy had to suffer. Well, your great granddaddy. What about you? Did you suffer anything? All right, let's go back to the 60s. My grandfather. Okay, well, did you? What are you suffering from right now, other than perpetual victim syndrome? This is what you are. You're trying to get into the victim Olympics, the long jump Olympics, the long jump victim Olympics. It's not going to serve you any good to keep on acting like or wanting to be victims within this society. They don't give a shit. America only rewards people who do shit, who work, get shit done, build things. We haven't built anything in this goddamn country as far as we've invented things, but we haven't built anything. You understand? There's a difference between inventing things and building something. When you build something, that thing's last. It stands there. Something we can go to. We can walk to. We can see it. We can partake of it. When you invent something, anybody can look at what you invented and take it and use it as their own. Oh, that's a great idea, my nigga. Thanks. Again, we have done none of that. Invented shit, whole bunch of shit. We invented. We haven't built anything. Tell me something that we have built. Tell me something right now that melanated people have built that is standing the test of time right now. Not the boule. We didn't build that. NAACP. Nope. Name me something melanated people have built that's standing the test of time right now. I mean institutions, not buildings, pyramids and shit like that. Artifacts. Yeah, we did that. That's from our ancient past. I'm talking about now. What are we doing now? That's your ancestors. And this is what I mean by living off niggas stuck in the past. Stop living off of old shit. You didn't do any of those things. I'm saying, what have you done today? What have you built that's going to last today? Or are you a perpetual victim talking about give me reparations when you're already getting reparations? Reparations are already given. You're not going to get that. There's only 40 million people in America, black melanated people in America, but 10 to 12 million are getting benefits, government benefits. That's reparations, whether you want to believe it or not. The government does not owe 12 million people assistance. Melanated people. Anyway. But you get it. That is your reparations. And any court will say that. On top of that, though, reparations is discriminatory, which is against the 14th Amendment. So you'll never get that. But they'll let you keep crying about it and whining about it. Why? Because they know you will need them to go vote to get nothing done in the government. As long as you whining and crying and come to me and ask me to stop your whining and crying, and I act like I go do something, why would I fix the problem? You gonna keep coming to me. Again, perpetual victim versus niggas stuck in the past. Which one are you? Both of them have no use in the modern world today. Unless you're building something right now that's going to stand the test of time, you're not doing any of the things that your ancestors done. You're not living up to that. Not even close. They would say, well, we built hip hop. No, we invented hip hop. We didn't build it. The Khazarians built it. We invented it. See? And they have the industry. They can eat off of it. That motherfucker Leor Cohen, that nigga said that shit. That he fed his family before he fed rappers. This motherfucker said that. He fed his family before he fed rappers. So again, you have built nothing that has stood the test of time as far as organizations. Now, I'm talking about modern times. And even structures you haven't built today that stand the modern test of time, or the test of time. Modern day structures that stands the test of time. We have built nothing like that. We ain't got no modern day pyramids and obelisks or temples or none of that shit. The person that got close to that was Malachi Z. York. Then they fucked that up. He fucked that up by his own shit, but then they ripped that shit down. So get back to being the builder, the creator, the facilitator. This is what you are. This is what you were known for. This is why you were gods. You didn't live off the shit in the past. Again, living off the shit in the past. And this is another thing about the Aboriginals and all that, going off the old rituals and shit. And I got to be little corn feather black shadow. And I got to be falling raindrop. And I got to do a Powhatan dance on the hoy, hoy, hoy in order to reconnect with my ancestors and all that shit. You don't got to do none of that shit. Why are you doing that? If you resonate with that shit, fine. However, that's what the people of that time did to connect with the universe. That's what those guys did. You are another god in a new time. What are you going to do? You don't got to keep up with their shit that they created. They're no more God than you are. Why do you have to follow their shit? You can create your own rituals that express how you are connected to the universe. That shows your connection and your power of connection to the universe. But no, lazy ass niggas, we ain't creating nothing new. Nigga, why do that shit? These niggas did that shit in the past. Again, that was them for that time. You niggas need to stop living in the past and stop being perpetual victims. God the fuck off, create and build, and do it today. For today and for tomorrow. So other people can talk about your ass in the future. Is anybody gonna talk about y'all in the future? And this is what I mean by living in the past, off of shit done in the past. Why? Because eventually that shit is forgotten at some point in time. 500, 1,500 years down the line. You know how many people existed 1,500 years ago that was dope as shit that you don't know about? So again, stop living in the past. Do what you were meant to do now. Why are you here now? Are you here to live off other nigga shit? Or to live your own God life? Express your own God power. And you can only do that if you know you're God. Everyone is God. Everyone is God. But only those who know it will manifest the power of God. And so stop being perpetual victims. Victim athletes. Y'all niggas is victim athletes and shit. Stop it. Victimhood is your religion. Stop it. Stop empowering. Start empowering yourself. Be the gangster. Be the warrior. Make a warrior your religion. Anything gets in my way, I'm slashing that shit in half. I don't care what it is. An excuse, a problem, whatever the fuck gets in my way is getting cut in half. Don't bring me nothing unless it's some good news on how we can do some shit. Give me a problem solve. That's the only thing you can bring to me. There's a way to solve a problem, but don't bring me a problem. So this is where we are, melanated people. Get your butt over to Know Your Rights Foundation because we solve problems. We teach you how to solve problems. That's what we do. That's our job. Teach you how to solve problems. Get your butt in there, goddammit. That's the wrong video. My bad. That's the wrong video. This is the right.
It only takes one moment, one wrong move, one unexpected stop. When life gets real, know what to do, know what to say. Join KYRF.org today.
Wow! Know your rights!
You heard her. Know your rights. God damn it. Get over there and know your rights. And also, while you're doing that, make sure you get over there and support. Where'd it go? Make sure you support. Man, where'd my thing go, man? Oh, there it is. Make sure you support Real Nagas. Get over and get the Great Book of Melanin Research right here. You go to the Naga Knowledge Shop. Get the Great Book of Melanin Research, that hard copy. Bam. We also have the card, Constitutional Rights cards, Know Your Rights manual. Right in here. Bam. Qualified immunity notice. Police stop flashcards. So when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, bam. The hard copy, everybody. Order the hard copy. Boom. You get the Rapstrology. 2 Rapstrology t-shirts. That's volume 1, 2. Oops. Volume 1, 2, and 3. Or you can have the collector's item as one of your t-shirts, the Woostrology t-shirt right here. And this is the one I have on right now with the W, with the Woo W. Can't sell it. Can only give it away as a free gift. Sorry. But boom. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you get over there, realnagas.com, and get hooked up. Again, today, the deal is only for today and tomorrow. Going to early Monday morning when it opens. So today and tomorrow, if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, you get the 2 shirts and the 5 decks of flashcards. So make sure you get in on that deal. And then also get over to patreon.com/realnagas. Sign up for the status class level, and I will give you the paperwork when you can explain it. All right. Again, we need a law nation. We're building it. You can see it right now. You see, I've been here. Anybody who's been here a long time, you see, I've been on this for years at this point. So you see, as I said, we're building this law army. It hasn't stopped in years. So you better get your ass over here while we're building up this super powerful organization to take on the government and anything else that comes our way. You want to be a part of this. You do not want to be on the outside when we get all powerful. We're powerful as hell right now. Just people don't know about us. But when you want to get over here before we're known and powerful, we're powerful as fuck right now. We can smash anybody right now. However, people just don't know it. When we get out there, though, you better be part of us. So appreciate you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for helping me get to the the super chat. I mean, so the donation goal. We just reached it over the line today, like 305. We got 305 today. So thank you everybody for hitting the cash apps and the super chats. Appreciate you. For sure. I'm about to get out of here. I'm hungry as hell. Been up all goddamn night. Let me share some these stories for you niggas. Y'all better appreciate it. But appreciate you. I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody. I will holler at y'all next week. Deuces. Deuces. Deuces, everybody. Hold on. Where's mine? There we go. Deuces. There it is. Peace.
Real Nagas, tap in.